Mark Villar, participants of the Australasia Handgun Championship 2024 in Bali, headed by Tomas Champion, Rolly Nathaniel Texon, Standard Division Champion, Edsel John Gino, Production Division Overall Champion, guests of Senator Nancy Binay, incoming. Senior citizens from Barangay Guadalupe Viejo in Makati City. Guests of this representation, Mayor Pedro Matinong and wife from the municipality of Surala, South Cotabato. The Vice Mayor's League chapter of Quezon, headed by Vice Mayor L.A. Ruanto of Infanta, Quezon, Vice Mayor Alvin Sardea of Mauban, Quezon, Vice Mayor Villeno of Sampaloc, Quezon, Vice Mayor Diestro of Real, Quezon, Vice Mayor Lat of Unisan, Quezon, Vice Mayor Villaflor of Pitugo, Quezon, Vice Mayor Charito Manlangit of Humalig, Quezon, Vice Mayor Absede of Lukban, Quezon, and the Samar Media Organization led by Saldea Jabaan. Guests of Senator Joel Villanueva, the Philippine team that joined the World Skills in Lyon, France. Of the 6 competitors from the Philippines, 3 bagged the Medal of Excellence. Guests of Senator J.B. Ejercito, officials of the National Youth Commission, headed by Chairman Joseph Francisco Ortega III, SK National President C.J. Dalipe, SK Luzon Representative Angelica Alcala, SK Visayas Representative E.J. Tolentino, SK Mindanao Representative Vincent Figueroa. Guests of Senator Gatchalian, Samar Media Club, which I mentioned a while ago, from Catbalogan City. Guests of Senator Alan Cayetano, SK Federation of San Luis, Batangas. We welcome our guests, Mr. President.
To the aforementioned guests, before that, Senator Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. President, I would just like to join our Majority Leader and thank him for acknowledging our guest, the Philippine team that competed in the World Skills Competition in Lyon, France. Mr. President, I just wanted to name them one by one. These 6 competitors from the Philippine team, 3 of them bagged the Medallion of Excellence, an award granted to competitors whose performance meets international standards based on the criteria set by World Skills International. Mr. President, they are Kylie Bridget Dingding, who competed in graphic design technology and also won the Best of Nation Award. Also with us is Gwyneth Nicole Abarquez, who competed in restaurant service, and Allen Gakweng, who competed in cooking. We also have with us Claudette Crisel Maloles, Bakery, Christian Lazarus Asanza, Electrical Installation, and Paul Mark BU, IT Software Solutions for Business. Mr. President, the competitors were accompanied by their experts and coaches who also acted as judges in accordance with the World Skills Competition, International Competition rules. Mr. President, we congratulate all of them. We congratulate Philippine team. And we look forward, Mr. President, in hosting the 14th ASEAN Skills Competition here in the Philippines next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate Majority.
Mr. President, Senator Mark
What is the
Villar is
pleasure of the Honorable
seeking the floor.
Zubiri?
Really quick, we'd like to also recognize, with the permission of the Majority Floor Leader, our Australasia champions. There was an Australasia shooting competition, practical pistol shooting competition. We have many pistol shooters here, like Senator Mark Villar, of course, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and they bested several thousand competitors. John, this is a sport, Mr. President, that we can excel. I think we can excel in combat shooting, speed shooting, shotgun shooting. You don't need size. All you need is speed, skill, and agility, and of course, eye and hand coordination. And I'd like to make special mention that one of the champions who's here with us today is the son-in-law of no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa, si Edsel Gio. He's here. And the two others are my friends as well. They're also world champions in speed shooting. So congratulations, po.
Majority floor.
Guests of this representation who competed at this year's Australasia Handgun Championship held in Bali a few weeks ago. This tournament was attended by handgun professionals of great caliber, most of them belonging to the respective armies and militaries of their nation. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, we have with us today 3 of our 4 fellow Filipinos who proudly represented the country and gave honor to our nation as they brought home not just 1, but 3 championships from 3 different divisions of the tournament. Let us return this honor and glory to Thomas Lusuriaga, Classic Division Overall Champion, Rolly Nathaniel Texon, Standard Division Overall Champion, Edsel John Gino, Production Optics Division Overall Champion, and also the son-in-law, as mentioned earlier, of a very accomplished sharpshooter, Senator Bato de la Rosa. So congratulations to all 3 of you and to our other kababayans who have persevered through the challenges of the tournament. Rest assured that you have your allies here at the Senate in forwarding your goal of advancing and enhancing the marksmanship of our uniformed men and women, so as to meet the demands and challenges of modern warfare. Again, congratulations and maraming salamat po.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 22nd session Monday.
Mr. President,
With the permission of our Majority Leader, what is the pleasure of the Honorable De La Rosa?
Also manifestation, Mr. President, just like
The
the
gentleman
manifestation.
may proceed. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my honor to stand and acknowledge the Filipinos who, in a manner of speaking, were able to make their mark in the recently concluded Australasia 2024 Handgun PCC Championship in Picatu, Bali, Indonesia. Being an International Practical Shooting Confederation or IPSC Level 4 Championship, the Australasia 2024 Handgun PCC Championship is not for the weak of hand and most certainly not for the weak of heart. Attended and participated in by professionals all over the world. This competition was a test of skill and determination for our shooting athletes. On that account alone, Mr. President, I am proud that several Filipinos participated in this highly competitive event, but I am elated that several of them have emerged champions in their respective divisions. We have Thomas Lusuriaga, overall champion of the Classic Division. We also have Rolly Nathaniel Texon, overall champion of the Standard Division. And we also have my son-in-law, Mr. Edsel John Gino, overall champion of the Production Optics Division. Bilang isang proud na ama, banggitin ko na rin po ang aking anak, Mr. President, si Mona Lisa de la Rosa Gino, na nanalo bilang silver medalist sa Production Optics Lady category. Mr. President, as a sport shooter myself, I know the discipline, hard work, and determination that such a sport demands. And these Filipinos have truly risen to the occasion. Ang inuwi ng Philippine team ay hindi lamang 1 o 10 o 20 medalya. They brought home over 80 medals and trophies across categories. 41 gold medals, 21 silver medals, and 23 bronze medals. They have shown excellence in precision and marksmanship. More than that, they have given our nation more reasons to celebrate after the Olympic fever. Patuloy po natin suportahan ang lahat ng atletang Pilipino, hindi lamang sa mas kilalang mga larangan, kundi sa lahat ng larangan kung saan maaari nating ipakita ang galing at husay ng Pinoy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader, kindly sit down. Thank you. Majority Floor Leader?
Again, Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 22nd session Monday, September 16, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2804. This is the bill on the new Development Bank of the Philippines Charter. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy as of September 17, 2024 as our working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, and to propose amendments, the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III.
Senator Villar is recognized the sponsor of the measure, as well as prior to our Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I retract my previous motion.
Anong page ka?
Senator Joel Villanueva will be the interpellator, likewise, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may, are we going to do page by page, Mr. President? Because mine would start on page 6, Mr. President. So if the minority leader would start
With the
yes.
permission of the gentlemen who have the floor right now, can the chair assist you by calling out the page number if you have any amendments as we proceed?
My problem, Mr. President, is my amendments are based on the committee report still. So
Yes.
it's not on a clean copy, Mr. President.
Then
Clean copy.
Mr. President, sure, Mr. President.
I wave to Senator Joel.
so we will acknowledge Senator Villanueva first for his amendments.
Yes, thank you.
May we know if your amendments are based on the committee report as well
Based
or
on the clean copy, Mr. President.
On the clean copy.
I'm basing my amendments on the clean copy, and of course,
Okay.
without prejudice to asking some questions from the proponent, the principal author of the measure. If I
Of
may,
course.
Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to raise page 6, Mr. President. Page 6, section. This is actually section 11 from page 5, but I'm looking at page 6, Mr. President. Because looking at the clean copy, Mr. President, on the term of office of the President and members of the board, I wanted to point out, Mr. President, that what happens when a vacancy occurs without completion of the term. And that is why I am raising that question, Mr. President, because that's the only reason why I am introducing an individual amendment, Mr. President.
Would the gentleman like to proceed with this amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. So on page 6, line 8, I'd like to propose an individual amendment to insert a new sentence after the period on page 6, line 8, which shall be read as appointment to any vacancy shall be only for the unexpired term of the predecessor pursuant to Republic Act number 10149 or the GOCC Governance Act of 2011.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, I accept, subject to style.
Accepted by the sponsor, subject to style. There being no objection, the proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you very
Senator
much.
Villanueva?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Villar, the principal sponsor and author of this measure. Mr. President, on section 12, page 7, Mr. President, we'd like to find out from the sponsor on the powers and duties of the board. May we know if there are safeguards and leg room, Mr. President, to allow the bank to expand its staff complement, considering po, Mr. President, that the bank itself will have more functions under this proposed measure. And so, with that, Mr. President, let me introduce, if with the indulgence of our sponsor, on page 7, line 6, after the phrase Republic Act number 10149, insert a comma and the following: to meet the operational demands, maintain service quality, and support the expansion of the developmental mandate of the bank. So Section 12 now will read as follows, letter F, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, adopt an organizational structure, staffing pattern, and personnel qualification standards of the bank, and to reorganize, rationalize, and restructure the same, or realign the various functions in the bank to ensure effective accomplishment of its mandates and strategic goals, the alignment of its organizational structure and staffing pattern with industry standards, and its responsiveness to regulatory requirements, subject to the provisions of Republic Act number 10149, comma, to meet the operational demands, maintain service quality, and support the expansion of the developmental mandate of the bank. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, subject to style.
The proposed amendment having been accepted by the sponsor, subject to style, there being no objection, same is approved. Senator Villanueva?
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, Mr. President, and again, if I would be allowed to raise some pointers, the reason behind this proposal, because I was about to ask also who shall determine, Mr. President, the rates of allowances and compensation of the technical staff. I have been looking at the entire measure, and I have yet to see anything that indicates the determination of the rates of allowances and compensation of the technical staff. So on page 8, lines 13 and 14, I'd like to propose a new subsection, letter E, to read, determine the rates of allowances, honoraria, and such other additional compensation of the bank's technical staff and consultants, subject to the approval of the GCG as provided under Republic Act number 10149, and re-letter the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President, and submit to the wisdom of our sponsor.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, subject to style.
The proposed amendment having been accepted by the sponsor, is there any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed amendment is approved.
Next, Mr. President, is still on page 8, line 20, after the phrase "in accordance with," insert the phrase Republic Act number 10149, and I so move, Mr. President. The rationale behind this is the qualifications of executive officers must be compliant, of course, Mr. President, the fit and proper rule as contained in the GCG Act, RA number 10149. Again, I submit to the wisdom of the body.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, subject to style.
There being no objection and having been accepted by the principal sponsor, the proposed amendment of the Honorable Villanueva is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. President, let me also try to ask just one question, Mr. President. If there are any safeguard against ownership of stocks by members of the board and other relevant officials to maintain the integrity of the bank, because looking at it, I might have overlooked, Mr. President, if there are specific provision in the bill, because if not, Mr. President, I would also like to introduce an amendment, because we note also, Mr. President, that when we passed the Philippine Veterans Bank Act, Mr. President, Republic Act number 11597, this was passed last Congress, the Senate actually included a prohibition against owning stock or incurring indebtedness to the bank. This measure, Mr. President, is a relevant measure that we co-authored, Mr. President. And so, with that, Mr. President, and if I may, again, with the indulgence of our sponsor, introduce a new section, Section 23. If it is okay, let me introduce, Mr. President, on page 11, lines 20 and 21, insert a new Section 23 that reads, Section 23, prohibition against owning stock in or incurring indebtedness to the bank. The members of the Board of Directors, as provided in Section 11 of this Act, the Governor of the BSP, all other members of the Monetary Board, and the head of the Auditing Department of the bank are hereby prohibited from owning stock in the bank or from becoming indebted to the bank directly or indirectly. And then I will move to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move and submit to the wisdom of the body, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, subject to style.
The proposed amendment having been accepted, there being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat sa ating sponsor, Senator Mark Villar.
Thank you,
That be
Senator
all, Mr.
Villanueva.
President.
Chair would now like to acknowledge Senator Pimentel for his proposed amendments.
I think, Mr. President, I think the agreement was, this representation agreed to close the period for interpellations, assuming that the requested documents will be submitted. So, reading materials on the Lehman transactions, I think, were submitted. But the report on debt write-offs has not been submitted, Mr. President. So, if we could defer our amendments, Mr. President. At any rate, we're encountering difficulty because my staff has given me amendments based on the committee report, not on the clean copy. Mr.
Not on
President.
the clean copy.
Yes, that's. So I'm really forced to ask for more time, Mr. President. At any rate.
With the permission of the Honorable Pimentel, may we seek the answer first of the sponsor with respect to the submissions asked for by the minority leader. Senator Villar?
Yes, Mr. President, there was, since 2007, there have been no write-offs of larger than 200 million. And, but the documentation was submitted to the office of Senator Pimentel as far as the DBP is concerned,
Since 07.
since 07,
Prior to 07,
prior to 07.
And maybe we should lessen the amount, Mr. President. Maybe let's make it 50 million pesos, Mr. President. If there have been loan write-offs where the loan is at least 50 million pesos and above, Mr. President.
session is suspended.
And we just beg the understanding of our colleagues and the chair that we will be using the committee report, Your Honor.
Yes, as indicated
yes.
during the break, and we will follow.
Yes, sir. On page 3, line 17, delete the entire paragraph G, Mr. President, which is under section 6, corporate powers.
It's actually also on page 3, line 17 of the clean copy.
Thank you. That's
What does the sponsor say?
We so move, Mr. President.
Ano ba yung explanation nito? Ano ba ito? Pinapidig sa administrator and or lending doon. So, agent siya?
I accept, subject to style.
The proposed amendment having been accepted by the sponsor, is there any objection? There being none, proposed amendment is approved, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, line 25, which involves paragraph J of section 6 on corporate powers, delete the phrase which starts with the word which on page 3, line 25, which all the way to line 28, interest, semicolon, Mr. President.
So it shall only read, dispose of its acquired assets,
Yes,
end.
And there's an and because there's a following.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
the following paragraph K, Mr. President.
So
meaning-
dispose of its required assets, semicolon,
Yes, yes, Mr. President.
end. What does the sponsor say?
I accept, subject to style.
Having been accepted, there being no objection, proposed amendment is approved.
Actually, Mr. President, the objective of this representation is to treat the bank just like any other bank, Mr. President. That it has no special treatment under the law that resort to courts are qualified or limited, Mr. President. That's the purpose. But we thank the sponsor for accepting our proposed amendment. Now, Mr. President, the next one involves Section 7 on the authorized capital stock. So that's on page 4. The proposal is to delete the last paragraph of Section 7 found on page 4, lines 17 to 21. The effect, Mr. President, is that just like this particular measure, the DBP needs to come back to Congress if it wants to increase its authorized capital stock or its capitalization, Mr. President. Just like what we're doing now, Mr. President.
Request for suspension. Can I request for a suspension?
Session suspended. With the permission of the minority leader, may the chair propose a compromise proposed amendment to his suggestion earlier. So, in the committee report, page 4, delete the last paragraph of section 7, which is from line 17 to 21. That would be the first amendment. Would that be correct, Minority Leader?
That's correct.
What
Mr.
does the
President.
sponsor say to the deletion?
Yes, I accept subject to style.
Any objection? Hearing none. Same is approved. Now, the second proposed amendment, the minority leader would like to,
No, it's your amendment, Mr. President.
which the chair would like to suggest, would be to delete the period and on line 10, page 4, delete the period and replace it with a semicolon and add the following phrase. Provided further that the bank may allocate part or all of its unrestricted retained earnings towards paying for the increase, subject to style, towards paying an additional authorized capital stock towards paying for the capitalization of the bank as contained in this paragraph. Which basically means, pwede lang niyang gamitin yung unrestricted retained earnings niya para dagdagan yung paid up ng authorized capital stock, which is at 300 billion as contained herein. And the deletion of the last paragraph, section 7, would mean at any point in time that they want to increase capitalization of the bank, they have to come back to Congress and seek an amendment of this provision.
But discussion, Mr. President, on the proposed amendment.
Yes, Minority Leader.
When the unrestricted retained earnings of the bank are used to pay for the increased authorized
increased.
capital.
The increase in the paid up.
Yes, in the increase in the authorized capital stock. This is paying it up. This is paying
Yes.
Increase
it. In whose name will the shares be, Mr. President?
All of the shares of the bank today and even when it is done, when this is done, would be in the name of the national government.
Can I will not interpose an objection to the proposed amendment, but can we put a footnote, Mr. President, that the subject to style, my suggestion is we also double check the procedure.
We will.
If that is the correct procedure also, Mr. President.
Subject to style and a verification of the procedure if indeed this can be done, similar to what Land Bank, I think I was informed, also does.
That's why we need to double check all, Mr. President.
Subject to style and subject to verification, what does the author say?
I accept subject to style and subject to verification.
There being no objection, same is approved. Minority Leader may
Mr.
proceed.
President. You see how cooperative the minority is, Mr. President.
We appreciate your magnanimity, Your Honor.
On page, this is the next proposed amendment is just a styling amendment, Mr. President, on ano to page. Saan ba to? Page 7. Okay. Of the committee report, Mr. President. Page 7. Line 28. I move that we delete the comma after shall, and as well as the words among other powers and duties, comma, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept subject to style.
There being an objection, proposed amendment is approved.
And then on page 7, line 32, if we, the proposal is to insert the word or after or before insert the word or before executive issuances, and then delete the phrase or by the board from time to time. This is just editorial, Mr. President.
Delete the
kasi-
comma as well after regulations.
Well, my style, Mr. President, is I retain
comma.
the comma. That's
What does
why.
the sponsor say?
I accept, subject to style.
Accepted, subject to style. There being objection, same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ganun ako. Sa dulo may kamo pa rin ako. On page 8, line 14, Mr. President, which involves paragraph E of section 13, line 14, page 8, line 14, insert the words and Congress after the phrase President of the Philippines. So making the subparagraph read E, submit an annual report to the President of the Philippines and Congress on the result of the operations of the bank.
What does
I so
the
move,
sponsor
Mr.
say?
President.
I accept, subject to style.
There being no objection,
Ano naman
amendment
to?
is approved.
Mr. President, this one is more substantive, Mr. President, which is actually consistent with our earlier amendment not to treat the bank as a super bank and not to weaken resort to courts or the powers of the courts or involvement of the courts. So on page 9, Mr. President, section 17, I propose that we delete lines 25 all the way to 33, Mr. President. So thereby allowing courts to normally treat actions against the bank, Mr. President. Against or involving the bank, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, subject to style.
Proposed amendment having been accepted, there being no objection, same is approved.
On page 12? Well, the page 12, Mr. President, saan yung or na yun? Or. Ito man. I have just a question, Mr. President. Page 12, line 11, there's a proviso there, provided, comma, that in respect to deposits or whatever nature, comma, the provisions of existing law shall apply. Is that or off, Mr. President? That on page 11, page 12, line 11.
I think it's off. I think it is off.
I believe, Mr. President, I believe that was a typo. I think it's off.
Okay,
Should be
so
OF.
therefore my proposed amendment is to correct the word, that word or to off, Mr. President.
I accept.
So after the word deposits on line 11, delete or and replace with of.
Thank you, Mr.
There being no
President.
objection.
I accept.
Having been accepted, same is approved.
Okay, last, which is also just styling, Mr. President. On page 12 of the committee report, ano to line? Line 15, I move that we, line 15 to 16, I move that we delete the phrase established banking practices or as may be allowed by, delete those words and then replace it with applicable and then make the word laws, Mr. President. Plural, laws.
So it should now read after the comma in accordance with applicable laws, period.
In accordance with applicable laws. Yes, that's the.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, subject to style.
Having been accepted, there being no objection, same is approved.
So that would be all from this representation, Mr. President. But can I highlight that it's subject to compliance by DBP of the documents this representation has requested?
Yes.
As well as the asterisk that I requested to be noted, Mr. President.
That is the understanding, Minority Leader, yes. Subject to the submission of documents and verification as to the procedure, in line with the fact that this is also being done apparently by the Land Bank of the Philippines.
Mr.
Be
President.
confirmed.
Yes.
What does the Honorable What is the pleasure of the Honorable
Yes,
Villanueva?
Mr. President, just to put on record that considering the amendments introduced by this representation were all accepted by this sponsor, may I be allowed also, Mr. President, to be a co-author of this measure, Mr. President? Thank you.
Duly
Mr.
noted
President.
and entered into the records. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, just I seek recognition to just ask one clarificatory question. Just one word, Mr. President.
The Majority Leader is
Yes.
recognized.
Mr. President, on page 3, and this is reference to the corporate powers of the bank. May I know from, just to spread into the records, Mr. President, may I know from the good sponsor the exact meaning of the power of the bank to engage in financial leasing of movable and immovable properties in connection with government projects. This representation is particularly interested in the word movable. Is it limited to what is defined under the new civil code, which is Article 416, 417, 418, if I'm not mistaken? Page 3, Mr. President, line 20.
Yes,
What does the
so long,
sponsor say?
yes. So long as it is a government project, yes.
Yes, Mr. President. Ang interest ko po, Mr. President, is that since we're about to approve the blue economy measure, would it include vessels? Ito yung mga sasakyang pandagat na involved sa government projects, BFAR, and other vessels and ships for that matter, Mr. President.
Yes, again, so long as it is a government project, yes. It
And
includes
government
ships.
projects, Mr. President, just to spread into the records, government projects could mean seafaring, fishing, and other naval projects for that matter, because we have now crisscrossed, combined BFAR activities with Coast Guard activities, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, that is correct, that is correct.
And that would to clarify, that would include naval projects, Mr. President.
Yes, that is correct. That would include naval projects, Mr. President.
So I just want to spread that into the records, that, and I thank the good sponsor for clarifying that movable properties that could be financially leased by the bank would include those for fishing, marine research, and other naval, seafaring, government projects.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
is correct.
President. Mr.
Thank
President,
you, Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader?
Mr. President, may I be recognized?
Yes, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Villar?
With the permission of the body, I would like to introduce additional amendments to refine the new DBP charter.
The gentleman may proceed.
On page 2, line 15, after the word growth, insert the new paragraph. The bank shall also adopt policies on digitalization to improve operational efficiency and governance while promoting financial inclusion. Period. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
And, Mr. President, this is the amendment of Senator Loren Legarda. On page 1, section 2, line 8, after the word economy, insert a comma and the phrase, while ensuring that such development is aligned with environmental sustainability.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, the proposed amendment is approved.
I no longer have any amendments, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments is hereby closed.
Mr. President,
Before we approve the second reading, can I just, can you ask for 1 minute suspension?
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2804. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. The aforestated Senate bill is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to
Congratulations, Senator
suspend
Villar.
consideration of Senate Bill number 2804.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Bill number 2804, further consideration rather of Senate Bill number 2804 is suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2451 under Committee Report number 139. This is the bill on Ligtas Pinoy Centers Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellation and with no committee amendments, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, and to propose amendments, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Honorable Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Estrada, is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 1, line 10, delete the word structural to avoid redundancy. I so
Any
move.
objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
On page 2, line 17, delete the phrase to utilize the Mines and Geosciences Bureau and replace the same with and the Department of Science and Technology, the OST, to utilize the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, MGB, comma, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, PHIVOX, and Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration, PAGASA, period. So the
Any-
provision shall read now as follows, Mr. President. The Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council of the LGU concerned shall coordinate with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and the Department of Science and Technology to utilize the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, and Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration geohazard maps in determining the appropriate location of the evacuation center. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
On page 2, line 19, delete the phrase "and building capacity." I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
On the same page, line 21, delete the phrase "super typhoons or." I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
The same page, line 23, insert the new sentence, "The specifications of the evacuation centers shall be periodically reviewed and, if necessary, revised and upgraded based on technological advancements and newly identified vulnerabilities." I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On page 4, line 15, delete the word "also." I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
On page, editorial amendment, Mr. President, on page 4, line 18, in the same section title, insert a period after the acronym DPWH enclosed by parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
On page 4, lines 20 to 21, delete the phrase Republic Act Number 6541, other known as the National Building Code of the Philippines, and replace the same with Presidential Decree Number 1096, otherwise known as the National Building Code of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is approved.
On page 4, line 23, after the word "laws," add the phrase "and in accordance with the minimum conceptual design standards developed by the NDRRMC." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is approved.
On page 5, this is an amendment from Senator Bongo, who is one of the authors of the bill.
Line, page 5, line.
Page 5,
Line
section
1.
6, line 1.
Okay.
Delete the word "structure" and replace it with evacuation center. I so
There
move,
being
Mr.
no
President.
objection, same is approved.
On page 5, this is an amendment from Senator Joel Villanueva. You want to read it?
Line 2.
Yeah. You want to read it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President, this is on page 5 between lines 2 and 3. We'd like to propose an amendment by inserting a new paragraph. The DPWH shall undertake a routine inspection at least once a year for structures that have existed for not more than 15 years, and at least twice a year for structures that have existed for more than 15 years. The DPWH may conduct additional inspections as necessary, especially during emergencies and rainy seasons. That's our proposed amendment, and we submit to the wisdom of the...
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. President.
Thank you.
There being no objection, subject to style, same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Joel. On page 5, line 20, before the article, insert the phrase "within 6 months after the effectivity of this act." So the provision will now read as follows: within 6 months after the effectivity of this act, the NDRRMC shall make a priority list. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, same is approved.
On the same page, line 22, delete the term LGUs and insert coping capacity of LGUs and their. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, same is approved.
This is an amendment coming from Senator Win Gatchalian. On page 6, lines 5 to 6, delete the clause, the NDRRMC shall enter into a memorandum of agreement with the DPWH and the concerned local government units for its proper turnover, maintenance, operation, and management, and replace the same with a memorandum of agreement shall be entered into by and between the DPWH, the LGUs, and the NDRRMC through the OCD for the proper turnover of ownership, maintenance, operation, and management. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
The amendment is to clarify the ownership of the constructed evacuation centers as brought up by the good minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, during the period of interpellation, Mr. President.
Noted.
On the same page, lines 7 to 8, delete the comma after the acronym NDRRMC and the phrase together with the DSWD. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
On the same page, line 11, under the article the, insert the word maintenance and delete the word supervision. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
The gentleman
Honorable
from Bulacan.
Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 6, line 20, after the word occurs, comma, insert the following proviso. Provided furthermore that the evacuation center and its facilities may not be used for partisan activities. And so, Mr. President, the sentence will now read as follows. The local Sanggunian shall promulgate rules, guidelines, and procedures for the use and operation of the evacuation center under its jurisdiction. The guidelines shall prescribe rules on the utilization of the evacuation center for other activities or purposes authorized by the LGU, provided that the utilization of the evacuation center and its amenities for such authorized activities or purposes shall only be temporary, with corresponding provisions on cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitizing immediately after use. Provided further that it shall not in any way compromise the serviceability or impede the use thereof when a disaster occurs. Provided furthermore that the evacuation center and its facilities may not be used for partisan political activities. Provided finally that the LGU shall impose such penalties as may be deemed proper on the organizers of authorized activities when the evacuation center suffers any damage, defacement, or loss during or as a result of such activities. That's the...
What does the
So
sponsor
moved,
say?
Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, same is approved.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jingo Estrada.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President. Thank
Villanueva.
you.
Senator Estrada?
Thank you, Senator Joel. The next amendment is coming from the Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino. On page 7, line 4, after the period, insert the following. The DILG shall set the guidelines for this memorandum of agreement, taking into account how the evacuation center will be used and the duration thereof, comma, the responsibility for its maintenance and upkeep, comma, and such other factors which will make the evacuation center suitable for the purpose for which the same is intended. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, same is approved.
Again, the next amendment is coming from Senator Bongo on page 7. Go na. Mr. President, Senator Bongo wishes to be recognized.
Senator Go is recognized.
Mr. President, I just want to make a statement as the principal author and one of the co-sponsors of this measure. I want to reiterate my full support for the establishment of Ligtas Pinoy centers, also known as Mandatory Evacuation Center. As we know, our country is highly vulnerable to natural hazards attributed primarily to our country's location, and with the onset of climate change, hindi natin alam, bigla na lang bumubuhos dito yung ulan. minsan, ang announcement ng pag-asa, hapon na, too late na po. Alam nyo, nasa Pacific Ring of Fire po tayo. At due to climate change, bigla na lang po magbabago ang panahon. Extreme disturbances will only serve to drastically increase the severity of natural disasters. Tuwing may bagyo, lindol, pagputok ng buwan, at iba pang sakuna, kawawa po ang ating mga kababayan. In most instances, disasters render the homes of our people unlivable, leaving the victims without roofs over their heads and food on their plates. Sa kakaikot ko po sa buong Pilipinas, napansin ko po na tuwing may bagyo, baha, lindol, putok ng bulkan, wala talagang maayos na evacuation center. Minsan po yung mga eskwelahan, yung mga basketball court na sira-sira na, nagagamit bilang evacuation center, at walang maayos na comfort room, walang maayos na gamot. Nagkakasakit po yung ating mga kababayan at naantala po yung pag-aaral ng mga estudyante pag nagagamit po yung mga eskwelahan as evacuation centers. Mr. President, masaya po ako na ipapasa po natin itong bill na ito. According to a data from the Office of the Civil Defense, as of 2019, the country recorded having 28,083 centers being used as evacuation centers. Of these, 10,262 are multipurpose halls, gymnasiums, covered courts, municipal halls, churches, and health centers. The rest are 63% of the evacuation centers are schools, ranging from daycare centers to universities. We must take action before the onslaught of any disaster. Kaya naman, Mr. President, it is high time that we establish evacuation centers in all cities and municipalities which will cater to the basic needs of the victims of these disasters and provide them temporary shelters that will guarantee their safety, promote their social well-being, and guard their welfare while they recover and rebuild their homes and their lives. Anyway, Mr. President, konti lang naman po itong aking amendments. I would like to propose an amendments for the consideration of the good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President.
On Section 10, page 7, line 7, after the word use, insert a new sentence to read as the mandatory audit of infrastructures used as evacuation centers shall be conducted by the city or municipality at least once every year and immediately after the occurrence of a hazard or disaster. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
That is all, Mr.
The
President.
proposed amendment, kindly hold on. The proposed amendment having been accepted, is there any objection? There being none, same is approved. Yes, Senator Go.
That is all, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, Senator Jingo Estrada, our principal sponsor. At sa ngayon po, kulang talaga yung evacuation center. By region yata ang tinatayo, no? At napakadami pong munisipyo. Remember, we have more than 1,490 municipalities all over the country, more than 100 cities. So kulang na kulang po yun kung by region lang po itong mga evacuation centers natin. I want to reiterate that it is high time to have a clean and decent evacuation centers all over the country. As Vice Chair of the Committee on National Defense, I want to thank the sponsor, Senator Jingo Estrada, for prioritizing this measure. I wish also to take this opportunity to seek our colleagues' support for this very important legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
The remarks of the Honorable Go are duly noted.
Last three
Senator
amendments.
Estrada.
Last three amendments, Mr. President. On page 7, line 8, replace the word and number 60 and replace with the word and number 90. I so move,
Any
Mr. President.
objection? There being none, proposed amendment is approved.
Another editorial amendment on page 8, Line 1, transpose the adverb after before the word 15. So the section shall now read as follows. This act shall take effect after 15 days following the completion of its publication in the official gazette or in a newspaper of general circulation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
The final amendment, Mr. President, on page 8, line 2, I italicize the phrase official gazette.
Any
so moved.
objection? There being none, the proposed amendment is approved.
That is all, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendment.
Any objection? There being none, same is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2451. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the same is approved. Senate Bill number 2451 is approved on second reading. Congratulations to the authors.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2451.
There being no objection, same is approved. Majority Floor Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 1188 under Committee Report number 314. This is the resolution concurring in the free trade agreement between the Philippines and Korea. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of resolution number 1188 is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpretation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, and to interpret our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomental.
Any objection? Hearing none, sponsor of the measure, Senator Marcos, as well as Senator Pimentel, our minority leader to interpolate, are both recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in case does the sponsor have an opening statement to make? Wala naman.
No more.
Wala ba? Sige po.
This is merely to say that the Philippines-Korea FTA will provide market access for key agricultural products as discussed during the hearing that our minority leader kindly attended. It will complement the RCEP and the AKFTA because we are far behind Vietnam, Thailand, and the others in ASEAN, our neighbors, who have so many FTAs or free trade agreements with so many countries. And hopefully, the technical and economic provision will also allow for greater investment by the Korean companies here in the country.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. And this representation is also aware that the extent of what we can do on the floor of the Senate. We can just amend the resolution of concurrence. No? We can attach the terms of the free trade agreement with South Korea. So may we know the reason why the Republic of the Philippines was interested in having this free trade agreement with South Korea and vice versa? How come South Korea was also interested in negotiating this with us, Mr. President?
Yes, to put it very bluntly, Mr. President, Minority Leader, we're all fully aware that it's an exchange of bananas, largely, for automotive parts and cars. So the reality is that the FTA is a follow-up on two other FTAs that we already have. Firstly, the ASEAN FTA with Korea, and also the RCEP, which covers so many goods already. Ang natitira na lamang po, itong agricultural goods natin na hindi pa nasasaklaw. Among them, yung saging. And I believe that the senators from Davao are fully aware and have bemoaned the decline of the banana industry. We used to have a stranglehold almost on the Korean markets We were exporting almost 100% of their domestic supply, but now it's gone down to 68% because Vietnam and Indonesia, who have zero tariffs, have made inroads in that market. So to stem a further decline, I think it is important that we enter upon this FTA. It is, after all, the third best market for Filipino bananas, and put our almost 700,000 banana farmers and their families on the road to recovery for the entire industry.
And then FTA is give and take.
Yes.
Diba? So siguro from the concessions of South Korea made in favor of Philippine products, what are these Philippine products which we envision or we project to benefit from this FTA with South Korea?
Yes, primarily, as I said earlier, there's fresh banana with a trade value last year of $210 million plus. In addition, it will also benefit oysters, blue crab, okra, jams, apparel, and other agricultural exports that we already have. So that will be a big boon for agriculture.
Yes, generally, agricultural products, pero the sponsor mentioned apparel din. Meron ding-
Apparently, there are a
Apparel?
small amount. Parang may konti rin tayong apparel na ina-export to Korea. I would have thought it's the other way around, but apparently, there's $9 million of apparel that's derived from the Philippines to Korea.
Sige po, pero yung mga other, parang banana, talagang alam natin yan na we are a big producer of banana. Pero I never thought that oysters and blue crab would also be worth giving concessions to South Korea so that we get concessions in blue crab and oysters, Mr. President.
Apparently, there are also trade values for those, and last year it was upwards of $450,000. So, meron din, pakonti-konti. May fruits and nuts, may kung ano-anong gulay, yun nga, yung mga tomato, vegetable. At ang balita ko, magsisimula rin tayo mag-export ng sili dahil maanghang sila kumain eh. Kaya tuwan-tuwa sila sa labuyo at napakatapang daw.
Sige po. Basta ang Pilipinas po ba, kilala tayo sa agricultural products natin. So, banana. So, kasali siya sa projected na magbe-benefit. How about pineapple?
Yun ang problema. Yung pineapple, apparently the DTI was negotiating for fresh pineapple, but it appears that there's a conflict. So they only allowed pineapple juice and canned pineapple for the moment. Baka sa susunod pumayag na rin para mapagbigyan rin dahil ang pineapple natin nahirapan ng panahon ng El Nino. So kailangan talaga tulong-tulungan ng agri.
Yung paraan sa pagdagdag ng produkto sa FTA, is it provided in the FTA itself?
It is supposed to be subject to review.
Yes, and then kung magdagdag every
Yeah, I think
every
the
5
term in the entire FTA is always 5 years. 5 years for review and 5 years for zero tariff para gradual ang opening
Yun
ng
yung
market.
timetable.
Walang biglaan.
Pag magdagdag ng produkto sa listahan ng mga binibigyan po ng concession, either way, on either side, is it considered an amendment to the treaty that it needs to come back to the Senate for concurrence?
Yes, I think the additional tariff lines will no longer be considered an amendment. It's subject to negotiation government to government because after all, these lines are hundreds and thousands of them. They're mere attachments and annexes to the treaty.
Okay, pero yun yung ang concern ng iba nating mga kababayan, actually, the details, the tariff lines. So, kunyari, yung published tariff lines na involved in the FTA, sometimes they already comment on those inclusions, or sometimes they will oppose the FTA because of some
That's correct. That's
inclusion or
happened on occasion.
So, paano pala yan? So, there's a possibility na magulat na lang in the future yung, let's say, there's a segment of Philippine society which did not oppose
That's right.
the FTA because wala naman dun yung concern nila na tariff line. And then, 5 to 10 years from now, pwede pala madagdag ang tariff line na yun, Mr. President?
I believe that the understanding of review of a treaty will require the conducting public hearings and extensive consultations with all the stakeholders. Wala naman sigurong gulatan kasi it's usually a gradual process naman over 3 to 5 years. Wala naman mabibigla na biglang hindi na pwede yung mga saging, pinya at iba pang produkto.
So what is can the sponsor outline to us the basic steps or procedure on how our FTA negotiators consult with the general population as well as with interested groups in our society, Mr. President?
Yeah. Yes, as a general rule, the request is first sent to the DTI and sent to our trade negotiators by the stakeholders, or it is a suggestion by the DTI from the other side, from the Koreans. Katulad nga nung labo yun, ang galing yun sa Koreano eh. Pero sa atin, pinipilit natin yung pinya. So the request can come from either side, and then there's a hearing, definitely here on our side, to determine if opening up will be helpful. Fortunately, it is not too difficult with Korea because we have a complementarity. We have a complementarity of products. Hindi tayo magkakaparehong produkto katulad ng ASEAN kung saan mas madugo at pare-pareho tayong may saging, may pinya, pare-pareho halos. So after the consultation, there will be an evaluation, may closure report on the consultation, and then the Committee on Trade Matters will assess. Yung technical group, kasi masyadong mahirap gawin yung mga tariff lines, libo-libo yan. That expands over 1,200. Tapos, idadaan sa NEDA. Pag dumaan sa NEDA, i-approve nila at ipapadala kay Presidente. At doon magiging final yung mga tariff lines na government to government. And I think this is one of the reasons we are so enthusiastic about this FTA, because the Korean president will be visiting Manila next month in October. So
On the part of the Philippines, our consultative mechanism is well institutionalized already and well tested already and ginagamit, maraming beses na natin nagamit.
yes,
Is that the
we
correct
have
statement?
we have been doing this for a while because we have, as I said, the more problematic ASEAN trade in goods agreement. Na pare-pareho nga yung produkto natin at doon talaga napapractice tayo ng husto at meron pa tayong Philippine-Japan, Philippine-European, kaya medyo sanay na rin tayo dito sa pabalik-balik na suggestion, hearing, consultation.
Pero ang naalala ko kasi nung RCEP, parang may reklamo yung in certain sectors na merong dinisolve na body, kaya nawalan sila ng parang consultation doon or bosses doon. If the sponsor knows the details, can we be refreshed, Mr. President? What was that body which was parang dissolved, so they lost they lost the mechanism to be consulted and to be heard, Mr. President?
If I recall correctly, there was a Philippine Committee on International Trade that for some reason was deactivated, and many in the agricultural sector felt that they had lost their voice in the consultation process. Today, we have a Committee on Trade Matters that's supposed to take this up and assess on our part kung lugi ba tayo o talaga naman na kikita yung mga tauhan natin.
The Committee on Trade Matters is composed of who, Mr. President?
It's a multi-agency. Once again, it's a multi-agency committee involving DTI, NEDA, DOST, DA in the case of agricultural goods, and so on. Marami po silang member
Para
dyan.
sa private po, in private sector.
I think the committee itself is strictly made up of government, but the consultation necessarily involves private sector and stakeholders.
So interagency body po ito.
Yes.
So paano yun? We will still be vulnerable to complaints that the private sector has not been consulted, Mr. President.
Yeah.
If we have limited this body to government officials.
The usual complainants, as we're well aware, are our sadly uncompetitive farming sector. But they have a body for them, and this is the Philippine Council on Agriculture and Fisheries. And this is the group that takes into consideration all the different complaints and requests of our agri-sector. So in the case, for example, of this Philippine-Korea FTA, the big request was for bananas, that we could shorten the period that we enter Korea, our products enter Korea on a zero tariff basis. So it was shortened from the
Compared to-
the ASEAN Korea, shortened also as to RCEP. So within 3 to 5 years, zero na tayo like Vietnam and Indonesia. However, the request also of the agricultural sector of the PCAF, of the Agriculture and Fisheries, hindi po nasali yung fresh pineapple. So maybe that will need another round of negotiation. What's this resolution? Yes, as a matter of fact, during the hearing that the minority leader kindly attended, we saw so many members of the agricultural sector, agri and fishery sector, and they passed a resolution, as a matter of fact, enthusiastically supporting this, particularly the banana sector, as they're flailing about looking for ways and means to survive.
Yes, I think I heard the manifestation of the representative
Yes,
from
of the banana
growers.
industries. That's
Yes,
correct.
Yes, I forgot his name. But,
There were two
Sige
groups,
po.
the commercial growers and then also the small banana farmers. All of them were very enthusiastic that we allow this as soon as possible.
Pero para lang po malaman ng mga nakikinig po sa ating mga kababayan natin. So for example, ano ba ang top 5 agricultural products ng Pilipinas? Tapos, dun sa top 5 na yon, ilan ang sasabihin nating magbebenepisyo sa FTA na ito?
I think I mentioned them earlier, and they are, again, bananas, oyster.
Hindi, but no,
Sorry.
those are the those are the goods yata allowed concessionary rates. Pero my point is, are we known for oysters? Hindi. I mean, we are known for banana, pineapple, ano pa kaya? Tuna, agricultural fisheries, and then coconut products, ano pa po?
Yeah.
Did we haggle for our top products?
Yes, actually, what we'll be exporting are first the bananas, as mentioned repeatedly, processed pineapple, including pineapple juice, as also mentioned, yellowfin tuna still, even if it's a declining amount, we are no longer number 1. Nevertheless, there's yellowfin tuna, there's preserved oysters and blue crab, so we'll be sending them out. Even the canned sardines, kahit papano, meron pa rin. And I think we'll have fresh guava, okra, and as mentioned earlier, preserved jams.
Jams. Okay, thank you for that.
So it's really agriculture for cars and automotive parts.
Kunyari, for example, yung mga manufactured goods natin, although hindi, let us say, hindi siya parang heavy industrial product. For example, shoes. Marikina made shoes. Wala. We don't have
Meron po.
meron ba tayong concession na nakuha doon?
Meron tayong shoes kahit papano. We have garments and articles of apparel, and articles of apparel also encompass Marikina and other Filipino-made shoes. It's interesting because agriculture is not really our number one export. Our number one export, far and away, are electronics, the parts,
Yes.
and other boards and other systems.
Pero I have my comment on that, Mr. President. When we say number one export natin would be the boards and then the mga circuit boards.
Yeah, the
mga
circuit
ganyan. But
boards, correct.
Ano yun number one exports natin, but definitely that's also our top imports.
Oo
Tama
nga,
po ba yun?
actually,
Top imports siya, and then we just did something to those boards and then we exported them.
Yeah.
Unlike banana, at least masasabi ko, I mean from seeds to tree to fruit, Philippine grown po yun. Maraming components na Philippine inputs, Mr. President.
Yes, this is the issue also that we've raised time and again. We have components and parts, dinudugtong-duktong lang natin. Pagkatapos i-export natin, half-finished. Pagkatapos, ibabalik sa atin, laptop o cellphone na. Kung tutuusin, we are paying top dollar for parts that may or may not have come from the Philippines in the first place.
Right. So our claim, the top export, as components which are also top imports.
Tama Kasi
so that's the point,
i-export
Mr. President.
natin, like you said, integrated circuit, processor, mga controller, ignition wiring sets, lahat ito bahagi ng mga tapos na electronics. Nabibili naman natin na Samsung, na kung ano-ano.
So can we just apply the FTA para lang ma-picture po ng sa dalawang goods, sige, sa shoes at saka sa banana. So for example, sa banana, what will happen po sa South Korea FTA? So Philippine bananas right now, na let's say wala pa yung SK FTA, pagdating sa South Korea, they are imposed duties
Yes,
to the tune of
30% tariff.
30%.
Yes, kaya ang bigat wala tayong
Ang
panama.
ibig sabihin nun, ang presyo
Plus
ni
30%.
Philippine goods na banana, pagdating doon,
30%.
30% na agad ni importer, South Korean trader or businessman, hindi niya mabibenta para kumita siya, not less than 130% of the Philippine price. Ganon yun.
That's
Ibig sabihin,
correct.
what will happen under the FTA?
Under the FTA, every year there'll be a deduction until such time on the 5th year, 0% na siya.
Okay. So mas madaling kumita si South Korean businessman importing Philippine mangoes kasi
Yes.
Kita na niya yung beyond the cost of the
Correct.
mango plus of course the freight cost siguro, the shipping cost. Opo.
And
Wala
for-
nang tariff.
Wala nang tariff. And then also, the banana industry here in Davao and elsewhere will be able to plan forward because we have lost a lot of acreage due to the Panama disease to fusarium. They can start replanting knowing full well that if they're competitive, they can enter the Korean market with zero tariff.
So regain na market share na ngayon
Yes,
ay 68.
regain market share.
It used to be 90.
It used to be 98
So,
or
20.
thereabouts, and now it's 68. And it's diminishing year on year because of the very heavy burden of the 30% tariff.
So that's on an agricultural product. So let's apply this to a manufactured product. Let's say Marikina shoes. Ano naman po ang kanilang benepisyo? So kunyari ngayon, Marikina shoes darating sa South Korea. Ano po ang duties imposed on the item of apparel?
On the item of apparel, the agreement under RCEP is that it's 6.5% to 13%. There's a range, depende sa aling tariff line. But under the FTA, it will be zero. So Filipino shoes like Marikina shoes and others made in the eco zones will be fully competitive.
So nakahagel pala tayo.
Nakahagel naman tayo.
Doon sa time na RCEP na 10 ang nag-uusap, yun na yung the best nating nakuha.
That's right.
6
So it's an
to
improvement on the ASEAN
Ngayon-
FTA. It's an improvement on RCEP because now we're directly talking one-on-one.
So when will the zero tariff on Philippine-made items of apparel be effective, Mr. President?
Ha?
How many years from?
Iba-iba, depending on the tariff line. Some
Let's
kasi,
specifically shoes.
sa shoes, hinahanap po nila. Pero basically, some are sooner, like immediately upon effectivity. Some are later, 3 years, and some are 5 years. But it will eventually, longest na yung 5 years.
So kaya nga i-apply natin. So ibig sabihin nun, the best terms sa ngayon under our treaties with South Korea, may multilateral yung iba, 6 to 13%. And then because of this bilateral FTA,
Yes.
0.
As a matter of
Posible.
fact, I finally found the shoes line item, and it appears it will be 0 immediately upon effectivity of the treaty.
May we know dita parang what's the code for shoes? Meron tayong uniform
5404.
5404.
6404.
6404. Apo.
Yes, 6404 shoes, whether rubber, plastic, leather, etc. All footwear.
Leather, okay. Ngayon, what is
So
our...
maganda yun kasi marami dati tayong treaty na puro leather lang, hindi sakop yung rubber shoes, which is actually the huge market
So,
today.
nagbigay po tayo ng ehemplo ng isang agricultural product, isang
Yes.
manufacturer. So, may we know how many tariff lines or kinds of items from the Philippine side will be benefited by this FTA?
82 tariff
82.
lines on the
O, sige.
Philippine side, and then the Korean side. 850 on the Korean side.
850 tariff lines on the Korean side.
Yes.
Okay.
The 82 tariff lines of the Philippines has an aggregate value, at least last year, of 229 million US dollars. So, out of the 82, again, 15 are agricultural, 67 are the electronics and other industrial parts mentioned earlier.
Of the 850 tariff lines of the South Korean products, magkano naman po yung trade nila with us?
246 million US dollars.
So ganyan pala ang negotiation, ano? You also try
Yeah,
to
you
balance.
always-
You don't balance it sa number of tariff lines, but you try to balance it sa value of the trade.
Siyempre, dapat may trade value para wala naman
Yes,
masyadong
yes.
lamangan kahit saging lang ang pampalit natin sa kotse.
What's our current trade with South Korea, Mr. President?
Yes,
Current.
our current situation, the Philippine exports 3.53 billion. Against Korea, our imports are about 8.5 billion. More or less, we have a trade deficit with Korea of 5 billion. So hopefully, with the free trade and more aggressive selling of our agricultural goods, we can close the gap even slightly. Halos $5 billion tayo deficit.
So kaya if our negotiators on the DTI and the DTI can make some computer projections, so ano mangyayari? What will happen to the deficit of 5 billion if we will have this FTA?
Well, first of all, of course, it won't worsen the 68%, the diminishing share
Yun
in
na nga.
agricultural products. Kasi palaki ng palaki yun, year on year. In 10 years, it's diminished by 30%. So at least yun, maaagapan yun. And hopefully, the hope is that there will be an additional 30%.
Mag-regain supposed to be ng market share yung banana, di ba?
Regain the 30%.
So meaning to say,
yeah.
our exports
Yes.
value should go up.
Should go up
and
to
then, but
and recover sure, even if it's not 90%, at least wag naman na lumaki pa yung puwang.
Pero may corresponding assumption din ba that our imports from South Korea will also increase?
For sure
So,
po.
so the FTA does not touch, is not expected to touch on the trade deficit.
It doesn't say so explicitly, pero
Generally speaking, mga FTAs, do they affect the trade deficits between the contracting parties?
I think it really depends on our use of the FTAs. If you look at our experience with FTAs, no, yung Philippine-Japan FTA, as a matter of fact, I can't get updated figures because it's been used very aggressively by both sides. On the other hand, the Philippine-European FTA has been used very slowly and with great pain. Pakonti-konti, wala pang 20% use. Ang pakakonti. Pero ito sa Korean, considering catch-up ito atin na yung halos 100% na saging, will be recovering what was ours in the first place. So we're very hopeful that we get that 30% right back.
Sige po. So, if the Philippines-Japan FTA has been widely used and siguro pwede natin sabihin is a success, may we get the best example or illustration of the success story behind the Japan-Philippines FTA? Yan yung JPEPA, no? That's the JPEPA.
Yes, that's the JPEPA.
Maybe-
Basically, I don't, like I said, I wasn't able to get the updated figures, but we reversed our deficit. And we were able to start exporting to Japan. So I'm trying to pull out the latest. DTI's had some trouble deriving, but
Kahit isa lang po, what is a very nice story about the JPEPA? Para ma-inspire po tayo na there will be also good news and good stories from the Philippines
we used to
SK.
have, in 2002 to 2008, dati may negative trade balance tayo of 7.5 billion. Today, we have 27.7 billion in the positive. So, is that
Philippines
correct?
positive.
We're already positive
Philippines has
improvement.
positive trade with Japan to the tune of 27 billion.
27.7 billion US dollars. So it's positive. They've actually reversed through JPEPA the balance of trade. Tama ba yun?
This representation is pleasantly surprised, but kaya I need to ask the question, are we sure?
Well, I've asked the DTI repeatedly over the past few weeks, but they're prepared to support their claim that it's actually been reversed from 2002 to 2008. Lugi tayo taon-taon, 7.5 billion. Bigla ngayon, malaking bagay because it's 27.7 billion. That's a marked improvement by any measure. Tama ba yan? Kayo ilang beses na yun.
So-
mahaba na pong debate yan sa amin na tayo namin maniwala.
Kasi ano rin industrial goods din yung importation natin, like vehicles, cars.
I think it
Ano
also,
naman pinapadala natin doon?
I think it also has to do with the competitiveness of Japan goods. For the longest time, they were very expensive. So many others came in competition from China and Korea. Ngayon, labo-labo na, kanya-kanyang bili na. O, positive ka na. O, example daw. Ayan, asan na yung sample mo?
Performance natin kaya sa 23.
O, ano nga daw yung products?
Yung product.
Ano yung main product? Green na. I think, by and large, it's electronics again. Once again, I'm looking at the JPEPA figures. From what I can see right off the bat, once again, it's the electronic parts. It's upwards of 67% to Japan. It's the same set of electronic goods. Ito na naman yung mga integrated circuit, yung parts and accessories. Tapos, ano pa ba to? Yun, yung mga processor, memories, etc. Diba? Tama? Ano pa ba?
Sige po, I mean, that's a nice nice development. Although kung
I'm going to try and extract more detail, if only for our delectation, because maski ako hindi maniwala na ganun kaganda yung story.
pero actually, Mr. President, ano yun, Philippines, Japan, pero kung mga electronic parts yun of the boards that we assembled here, meron tayong negative doon sa
Ayun na nga.
doon sa country kung saan natin in-import yung mga boards na yun, Mr.
Tama,
President.
tapos
So,
bibili
ganun-
natin Sony TV,
Ganon
bibili
din po
natin
yun, Mr.
tapos
President.
na. Also, they're telling me that we're also positive with the US. So, isa pa yun na
Positive
magandang
tayo with the
storya.
US?
Yeah, with the trade. Oo. Yung deficit natin, na-reverse na rin.
But may we get the, kunyari, the input from the DTI na tama ba yung suspicion ko na positive tayo sa Japan, but if it's because of the electronic parts, the boards,
yes.
you know.
Correct.
If we look at the bilateral trade of the Philippines with the other country
With the other
which supplied us with the boards, we are negative there.
Correct.
Okay, tama.
That's correct. Logically, that would stand to reason, ano?
Okay, so pwede nating sabihin, can we really say it's because of the GPEPA?
I believe so. I believe it.
Under GPEPA ba, pati yung
Because,
yung tariff,
GPEPA very
tariff on the boards,
That's right.
also,
Yes.
we were able to negotiate that
We were
they will
able
also go
to
down?
negotiate with the GPEPA, and they were zero tariff. And as a result, they came into Japan very cheaply and very freely. Kaya nga lang, like you're saying po, it would really be much better if we were selling finished goods.
Yes. Or if we are a highly scientific community or society, and we would be the inventors of those boards and the chips. Yun.
Well, sir, we do have Dado Banatao, who's the father of chips in the entire world. So we have invented a few of these microprocessors and chips po.
Sige po. So, tantay lang yung negative. I know, important. Sige, we just want to make it of record on the part of the minority. My deputy has found information online that at least, I don't know if you dispute, this is June, a 1 month
Okay.
figure to June 2024.
Okay.
We have negative trade balance with Japan to the tune of $64 million. Tama ba? So at least nakahanap lang kami ng 1 month na nag-negative tayo, pero you're telling us na over the long term, positive yung trade natin.
Yes, I believe that would be likely, that there would be a deficit because
1 month to.
it's only 1 month, and over the year, it will turn positive. That's the hope in any case. Because there
May seasonal- that is may
seems to
seasonal
be a
tayo.
seasonal cycle.
May
They're showing
seasonal
me
ano
a
tayo,
seasonal cycle of the import and export. So there seems to be a seasonal cycle involved.
So thank you for that,
And
Mr.
that, in fact, the summer season is quite a low season.
Sige, and then for the information naman of the Filipino consumers, ano naman yung expected na South Korean products arriving in the Philippines which would be beneficiaries of the FTA?
Dapat magmura po ang kotse.
Kotse talaga, yung
I think
Because-
there should be an improvement in the improvement in automotive prices. Asan na? So there should be an improvement on the prices of Korean goods coming in. Where?
The number one gainer for them is frozen mackerel.
Okay, right. I think automotive products will come down a little bit, not huge, because that was already dealt with by RCEP and ASEAN trade. But I think there will be better prices for some of the imported goods, such as frozen mackerel, instant coffee, non-dairy creamer. For some reason, we're importing them from Korea. So if they come in at 0%, in theory, we should get it cheaper.
Just to contextualize, ano yung current tariff rate niya? So, kasi yun yung concession natin, di ba?
5%?
5 siya, 5%.
5 and 7%. Iba-iba, 5
mga
and
ganyan,
7.
ano? So, in consideration of lowering some of our products, banana,
Yes.
ganun din tayo. Yung 5 to 7% na some of their products is zero natin from effectivity to 5 years siguro. Ganun po
That's
yun.
correct.
Ano?
Some immediately upon effectivity and others within 5 years. Yung sa motor vehicles, yung sa RCEP, 30% yun eh. At saka yung sa ASEAN, pero magiging zero. So, malaking bagay po yun.
Ganun
Tama
po,
ba?
30%.
Or 5%. 5%. I think RCEP originally was 30, naging 5.
Because of our, yes,
Oo.
okay.
Naging 5 at magiging
Further.
0.
Further pa.
Since it's a big ticket item, yung 5%, malaking bagay po.
That's the concession of the Philippines.
Yes.
Tama? Okay, sige.
To enter, for the Korean car companies to enter our market fully and freely.
Sige po. So Mr. President, this representation congratulates our sponsor and our negotiators. It is a very technical matter, so we have to trust the word of our negotiators that they were able to get the best concessions from South Korea, and likewise that the other party is also satisfied with their negotiations with us kasi syempre part of foreign relations ito eh. Good relations between trading partners, especially neighbors, Mr. President. This is a very technical matter and once negotiated and concluded, our hands are tied that we can only parang approve it in toto or reject it in toto. Ganun din. So we just hope that there will be more success stories based on the FTAs that we have entered into. The RCEP, masyado pang maaga to.
Maaga pa. Oo, 1 year pa lang po.
I hope JPEPA really was contributory to the improvement in our trade balance with Japan. And then hopefully ito rin po sana will also serve that purpose. And of course, help our banana industry and sana our other Philippine top agricultural exporting products, Mr. President. So,
Thank you very much.
we thank our sponsor and for her
Thank you very
patience
much,
and
Minority Leader. And I actually failed to mention that there is a provision, an entire chapter on economic and technical cooperation. Within 6 months upon the date of entry of the FTA, there will be projects for investment and co-investment that will be identified, including possible funding. So yung sinasabi po ninyo na mga incomplete or unfinished goods ang ini-export natin, baka yan ang pagkakataon na maging finished goods ang i-re-export.
yung concept na ito, present din ito sa RCEP? Tama ba
Yes,
yan?
that's correct,
Because
yes.
Parang investment,
Yes,
kasama
an
rin doon.
investment. This one is more specific. It even includes technical exchanges.
Okay.
And it has a deadline of 6 months to identify projects immediately.
So thank you for that information. So we thank the sponsor once again and congratulate her. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Marcos and
Mr. President,
Pimentel, Majority Leader.
The Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor.
The Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Good sponsor. May I ask a few more questions?
Yes,
about,
sure. Thank you.
this
Thank you,
Free trade
Senator
agreement.
Risa.
Salamat po. Actually, Mr. President, good sponsor, some of my questions na banggit nyo na rin or kahit papyaw ng Minority Leader a while ago. But I'd still like to make them of record at
Sure.
yung ilang pang mga nuances na dagdag, the good sponsor may care to comment on them. So, una po, is it true that even if the agencies were not able to present cost-benefit analyses, nor even just estimates of revenue impacts of this FTA, we are rushing this South Korea-Philippines FTA, one, because the South Korean president will be making a state visit soon. Two, because there are 4 large South Korean firms based in the Philippines but exporting to other countries exporting to countries other than South Korea that might move to other countries if we don't have a ratified FTA. And third, because Indonesia has signed an FTA with South Korea last year, and our negotiators say that this has reduced and will continue to reduce our FTA bargaining leverage, and is therefore somehow forcing our hand so that the situation compels us to sign this FTA as well. Could the good sponsor provide some information on each of these, including on the arcana of bargaining leverage in trade negotiations, Mr.
Yes,
President?
I think we did have a great deal of difficulty trying to project the estimated tariff savings, but we've come to the updated conclusion of about 51.31 million US dollars on the exports. So malaking bagay yun para sa small banana farmers, for example. And most of the tariff savings, which will save quite a bit, and then on the other hand, the Korean products will have also some tariff savings. So malaking menos ito sa pagbili ng ating mga mamamayan ng Korean products. And we have the tariff savings from banana will be 50.54 million US dollars in tariffs, and Korean products, it will be 12.67 million US dollars in tariff savings. Whether we are rushing this, I think rushing is hardly the description that can be made when our neighbors already have upwards of 40 FTAs. Apakadami nilang FTA na bilateral. Samantalang tayo, dadalawa pa lamang. Takot na takot tayo mag-FTA. Parang kinakabahan tayo na forever na tayo hindi competitive. So we've been negotiating actually this Korean FTA since 2019. Ngayon, natauhan lang tayo, parating na yung Pangulo, 2019 pre-COVID pa to, biglang paspasan. Yun, totoo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the candor of the good sponsor tungkol doon sa nung una nahirapan talaga kwentahin yung possible revenue impact. But I appreciate na may kahit kaunting pag-update doon sa projections in terms of Philippines to South Korea exports, in terms of savings, particularly on the bananas, in terms of the tariffs. At oo nga, nabanggit ko rin po, Mr. President, na yung mga kapitbahay nga natin, at tulad ng Indonesia na binanggit ko rin po,
That's
ko
right.
po sa tanong ay may mga mas maraming FTAs, ang partikular may naunang FTAs sa South Korea. And noted na, well noted na,
I
since
actually
2019 pa
observed-
nine-negotiate ito. Yes,
I
good
actually
sponsor.
observed sa ating DOF at pati sa DTI, napakaliit ng tariff savings sa tingin ko. Pero sabi nila, they're trying to be conservative given the sorry state of our banana industry, that we don't want to overpromise because it'll take 5 years to recover the acreage and also make certain that fusarium or the Panama disease
Yes.
is finally expunged from our banana fields.
Salamat, Mr. President, good sponsor. Tamang-tama, doon ako dadako sa susunod na tanong. Medyo napag-usapan na rin with the minority leader, but the good sponsor might care to comment on a few other details regarding precisely bananas. So banana exports to South Korea appear to be the single biggest concern of Philippine negotiators in this FTA, and job preservation in the industry is
Yes.
also a concern of labor leaders. Yet, we also know that the rehabilitation of 15,000 hectares of Philippine banana farms affected by that worldwide Panama disease is long, uncertain, and costly. And it threatens the livelihood of the industry's 400,000 workforce pre-Panama disease. So,
Mahigit pa, nasa
Papa, good sponsor.
675,000 na ang umaasa sa saging.
Alright,
It's a
salamat,
very
good
large
sponsor.
industry which unfortunately has been decimated by this disease.
Yun na nga po, good sponsor, Mr. President. Now, the DA was not present during the September 5th hearing chaired by our sponsor, but afterwards, did the DA have anything to say, Mr. President, about the risk and cost effectiveness of continuing to be invested in this singular banana basket? Mr.
Well,
President?
there appears to be some kind of protocol involved in replanting of fusarium and the recovery of acreage. And that was discussed. It seems to be rather well known among the commercial growers. Ang problema, yung DA, hindi pa masyadong kabisado at hindi pa napapamigay sa mga small banana farmers na nagsilipatan na sa iba't iba pang produkto. Yun ang problema natin at kailangan tulungan, kausapin at siguraduhin nakikita pati yung mga small banana farmers.
I agree, good sponsor, Mr. President. And nagugulat ako na hindi pa masyadong kabisado ng DA ito. I expect more and I'm hopeful given yung panimulang ipinakita nitong nakaraang taon ng DA Secretary Chu Laurel. I hope nakikinig sila or mababalitaan nila itong exchange natin na sana mag-step up ang DA sa usaping ito. And speaking of yung paglilipat...
Maraming salamat
yes,
kasi
good sponsor.
Alam niyo, nakahanap ako ng kakampi sa inyo dahil matagal na ako nagre-reklamo yung export na po namin, mangga. Matagal nang may sakit yung seaweed fly, yung kurikong. Sabi nga namin, 25 years na may sakit yan, di pa na so-solve ninyo. Yung sariling mga mango growers ang siyang naghahanap nung kung paano susugpuin. But our banana industry leaders are very confident that they can recover 75% share of the Korean market in the next few years.
That is very good to hear, good sponsor, Mr. President. At sana lampas pa nitong FTA, patuloy nating masuportahan ng Senado, ng buong Kongreso.
Mag-co-sponsor po kayo.
Good
Meron
sponsor.
akong mga bills na ang tawag nga dito sa Bills and Index, mga fruit salad bills ko po. Isa na doon yung sa revival of the banana industry. Dahil napakaraming bahagi ng Mindanao ay umaasa lamang sa saging. Meron rin pinya, meron rin mangga, kung ano-ano, pati yung coconut, pinasukan ko na. Dahil nga, ang dami pong umaasa sa mga commercial planting at pati yung marginal farmers.
Sige po, good sponsor, Mr. President. Pag-aaralan po namin ng Legisco yung mga bills na iyon at lalo na para sa mga maliliit na nagtatanim.
Kulang na
yung
kulang
binanggit ng
po
good
tayo
sponsor.
sa export lines. Ang produkto natin, iilan lang. Mangga, saging, mabibilang sa dalawang kamay. Samantalang Thailand, halimbawa, 40, 50 ang ine-export.
Totoo po, good sponsor, Mr. President. And speaking of yung mga nagtatanim natin ng saging na nagsisilipat sa ibang mga tanim at yung kaugnay nung ilang mga nabanggit na nga ng good sponsor, in fact, might not diversification from bananas and using the farms lost to the Panama disease for coffee, cacao, yung pineapple na binanggit ng good sponsor, maybe even durian, be also a prudent option?
Yes, I think that is what's occurring. Forced to good sila, wala talagang magawa. And certainly, other export opportunities are welcome.
Apo.
But at this point in time, sa China pa lamang at Japan, kulang-kulang na yung ating export. Ganon din ito, pag pumasok yung Korea na maging zero tax, talagang production ang magiging issue.
Good sponsor. And speaking of China, Japan, at South Korea, syempre, I understand that the demand is also rising there in
Yes.
those countries. And one supposes, siguro ito thinking forward na sa ibang
Yes.
mga FTA na i-consider
Oo.
natin, one supposes that the shape of the negotiations could have been significantly altered if we found out that there are bright and cost-effective export prospects into Korea that the DA, again, the DA can support in addition to the banana industry. Good
Yes,
sponsor, Mr. President.
that is correct. It's actually the private sector that's more aggressive with regard to other vegetables, for example. In my case, I have experience because the single vegetable, I believe, aside from okra and the rest, the single vegetable that the Philippines exports to scale comes from my province. It's shallots. Yung yung sibuyas Tagalog po. And these are the very popular spices that could be expanded and exported. Yung iba't ibang klaseng sili, yung labuyo, yung moro, yung sinigang na sili, lahat yun mabibenta sa Korea. But as you mentioned, it's really the private sector and the businessmen that have been far more active in this regard in developing markets. Sana nga, nagde-develop rin ng DTI at DA ng export market na mas masigasig.
And I join the good sponsor, Mr. President, dun sa kanilang hamon at encouragement, support sa DA, sa DTI at iba pa sa usaping ito na for government to step up equal to, in fact, dapat beyond the private sector, lalo na sa pakikipag-partner sa ating mga rural sectors, magsasaka, mangingisda, kababaihang nayon, katutubong Pilipino, in benefiting from FTAs in ways na hindi pa talaga nila nagawa significantly in the past. Dako naman po ako, good sponsor, Mr. President, dun sa isa pang issue na na-touch on na rin with the minority leader. Dagdagan ko lang ng ilan pang tanong. Because the matter of vehicle and vehicle parts exports into the Philippines is the main interest naman of Korea in this FTA, could it have been possible, again, parang thinking aloud, thinking forward sa mga susunod na FTAs na titignan natin, could it have been possible that maybe additional kinds of concessions, such as longer parts and services warranties for Korea-made electric public utility vehicles, could have been made part of the FTA? Would that have been feasible? We know, for example, good sponsor, that there are fiscal incentives here and there for the manufacture of precursor materials and components for batteries for the energy transition and for the transportation transition. Good sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, I think the DTI is very clear-cut that its sole purpose is to establish standards and technical descriptions and absolute safeguards. Yung warranty at yung iba pang kondisyon, palagay ko, company to company na yan, mga negosyante na ang mag-discuss niyan. Kasi kanya-kanyang gusto niyan eh. Yung iba, napakamahal ng international warranty na mahaba. Yung iba, doon na lang sa presyo sila na mas mura. Kaya't hinahayaan na daw ng DTI on a case-to-case basis sa mga negosyante. Pero yung standards, yung technical specs, they have to be established government to government.
I understand, good sponsor, pero napaka-interesante yung sinabi ninyo na in the matter of the concessions, the warranties, hinahayaan na lang nung dalawang gobyernong nagne-negotiate sa private sectors nila. And I wonder if moving forward sa mga susunod pang FTAs na i-consider natin, pwedeng tignan kung
Yes.
pwedeng, dahil free trade agreement din naman ito, na huwag hayaang completely free din yung
Tama.
mga kumpanya, pero may magwe-weigh in din yung dalawang gobyerno, lalo na yung gobyerno ng hindi pa kasing lakas na ekonomiya, to really push for affirmative action na dahil FTA nga to, mutually beneficial din naman at pati sa isang bansa.
Tama. I think sinasabi natin na yung private sector at yung mga negosyante ang mag-uusap-usap. Pero sa kabila nun, hindi pa rin natin ipinabibigay sa kanila at hahayaan yung mga interest ng ating consumer. Consumer protection needs to be paramount, and even if we leave them to work out the details of their trade or their business, at the end of the day, it's the duty of government to still uphold consumer protection. So may basic standards naman. Yun nga lang, yung mga detalye, siguro kinakailangan sila na ang mag-work out. Pero syempre, hindi naman po pwede na magpapadala sila ng mga electronics na sumasabog o natutunaw. Hindi rin tayo papayag nun.
I agree, good sponsor, and mabuti nandoon na tayo, our country, our government is already there, pero dahil nandun na, at least kung nakikinig din naman sila sa ating pag-uusap dito sa floor, pwede nilang i-consider sa mga susunod na FTAs to step in where right now, private sector lamang ang nag-negotiate in a way at nagdedesisyon. Good
Kaya
sponsor.
maigi po yung FTA nagiging maliwanag kung alin yung tariff lines na pasok. So, kailangan i-discuss yan one by one, pakikinggan ngayon ng gobyerno. Nalungkot lang ako sa nabanggit ninyo na mas developed yung South Korea. Nag-umpisa po tayo sabay-sabay matapos ang
Una pa tayo noon, good sponsor.
Second World War. Naaalala ko po, dahil yung tatay ko, hangang-hanga sa isang Korean basketball player. Sinauna pa yun. Baka may matatanda rito nakakaalala kay Shindompa. At naaalala ko, nanonood kami ng basketball. Tuwan-tuwa kami. Minsan, may dumating na mga Koreano. Sabi ng tatay ko, saan maglalaro si Shindompa sa inyo? Manonood kami. And they told us that in fact, there was no stadium at all in Korea. And my father was dumbfounded, and he actually said, in Seoul, there is no place to play a good game of basketball. How will Filipinos come and watch our hero? And thereafter, I think they all contributed to a hat and built the very first sports stadium in Seoul. Mga Pilipino na nag-volunteer at nag-donate. Hindi ka ba matutuwa doon? Andun pa, sa awa ng Diyos, maliit na lang at luma na.
Pero ang ganda naman pong kwento, good sponsor. Siguro yun yung mga hindi papasok sa tariff lines, pero help to create a conducive environment para sa negosasyon. At this point, since it's a positive note sa ating interpellation, I'm still trying to find a way to circle back to one other idea na binanggit ng good sponsor. So, kasi sinabi po ninyo nga na napakaraming mga FTAs meron yung ating mga kapitbahay kumpara natin. So, parang hindi tayo malakas ang loob mag-FTAs. I guess, a big part of me thinks na kailangan pa kasi nating paramdam sa karamihan ng mga Pilipino, lalo na yung mga mahihirap, na pakinabang din sa kanila yung mga FTAs. Kaya interesante po sa akin yung binabahagi ng good sponsor where we're taking a strong stand, halimbawa dun sa standards, sa technical descriptions at iba pa. And always, I think, siguro habang mas gumaganda, of course, yung FTAs, and lalo na mas nararamdaman, nararanasan on the ground ng mga kababayan natin, yung pakinabang sa kanila, then maybe we will also, that positive atmosphere will extend beyond the negotiating rooms, at mas makaka-generate tayo ng popular support sa ating mga kababayan. So, it's not exactly related to what we were just talking about, good sponsor, pero ayokong matapos itong
Pero tamang
interpelasyon na
direksyon po
hindi
yun.
ko mabanggit iyon sa inyo, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Good sponsor. And this is still on this third topic ng vehicles and vehicle parts. Some more thinking aloud moving forward. I also want to understand kasi po, Mr. President, good sponsor, if FTA negotiations on top of fiscal incentives can also be a means for requiring longer after-sales warranties on parts or technology transfer for the maintenance of e-vehicles. Kaya rin po ito interesante sa akin, good sponsor, kasi NEDA has been talking about the so-called servicification of manufacturing, which must include more responsive after-sales service and warranties. So, again, thinking aloud and thinking forward, can servicification also find expression in our free trade agreements, even if not necessarily in this one yet, good sponsor?
That's correct.
Mr.
Even if it's not
President.
explicit, certainly, consumers in the Philippines have been plagued with problems of parts and service with Korean and other companies. Naging problema ko rin yan kasi bumili rin tayo lahat ng Koreano, pagkatapos wala namang mahanap na parts. Samantalang yung well-established na mga kumpanya, kahit sa sari-sari store, papunta po sa Ilocos, siyam na lalawigan ang dinadaanan ko. Talagang titirik at titirik, abay kulang na kulang. Pero dito sa ating FTA sa Korea, may mga good news eh. May naisingit yung negotiating panel natin. Unang-una, yung EV. meron tayong Article 3 tungkol sa e-vehicle industry where both parties agree to cooperate on the basis of mutual benefit in the area of electric vehicles. So maganda po yun kasi collaborative at tutulang sila sa atin. At the same time, the DTI, because of this FTA, like you said, opening the door to many other possibilities, there is also the Green Earth, Green Minerals Initiative. Kasi katulad ng Japan, naghahanap rin ng rare earth para sa batteries and mineral processing ang Korea. At natuklasan nila na ang Pilipinas pala ay mayaman sa iba't ibang rare earth na sabi nila, minomonopolya na daw sa China. So, they found that in the Philippines, there could perhaps be an alternate source and supply.
Salamat, good sponsor. Huling punto na lang tungkol dito. It's also thinking forward to other FTAs. So to further illustrate, could there have been a proviso or maybe kahit an accompanying executive agreement? So sa labas ng FTA pero executive agreement na kumbaga kapatid or kakambal niya. Saying for example that in cases where the Korean vehicles come to be used for our government subsidized POV modernization program, then the Korean government would support its exporters so that their Philippine-based repair and after-sales services and warranties will be designed so that they can extend the useful life of the PUV assets, thus making it easier to spread the installment on the vehicle over more years. One supposes that this would be an instance, so to speak, of Korean fiscal incentives in support of its exporters. So lastly about this thinking aloud and thinking forward, good sponsor, Mr. President, could fiscal incentives and FTAs, which are anyway both existing policy instruments, could they come to be blended or coordinated in the manner I've described, good sponsor?
Yes,
Mr. President?
I think there is an underlying assumption in the entire FTA that there will be a collaborative effort and there will be a transfer of technology, that there will be a view to promoting trade and investment, and that a competitive e-vehicle industry, for example, will become the platform for cooperation. So, ibig sabihin, itong hawak natin na FTA, umpisa pa lamang to. Pero yung sinasabi natin na idetalya natin ang iba't ibang mga standards, yung commitments nila, that occurs in the economic and trade provision that they have for technical cooperation, at pwede natin isama na yan. Kasi within 6 months, they have to identify projects that will be funded. So, kayang-kaya natin yan because the forms of cooperation that we agreed upon are precisely what you have mentioned, and they include expertise, information exchange, best practices, technical assistance, yung transfer of research and development, and new business models. So, umpisa pa lang to. We'll have to do a lot of work to get to where our deputy minority is saying, but at least it's beginning.
Salamat, good sponsor. Something to look forward to at malay natin kung during yung pagbisita ng South Korean President, may ilan ng mga executive agreements pa dagdag or kakabit nitong FTA na mapagkakasunduan nila.
Dapat bigay natin yung pinakamasarap na saging. Yung orig na senyorita.
Yung pangalawang pinakamasarap, good sponsor, parang yung pinakamasarap para sa atin din.
Tama.
Salamat, good sponsor. Huling tanong na lamang po, Mr. President. I understand that this bilateral FTA, which is on top, tulad ng pinag-usapan nila with the minority leader, it's on top of the ASEAN-Korea FTA and on top of the RCEP, mainly enhances the commitments that Korea has already made in those multilateral FTAs. So, just for completeness and clarity and maybe as a summary nitong interpellation, could the good sponsor identify other enhancements to these multilateral FTAs that both Korea and the Philippines are gaining through this bilateral FTA, good
Yes.
sponsor?
Firstly, as we stated, we are expanding the tariff lines. So nadagdag ngayon yung fresh banana, yung processed pineapple, etc. Yung nabanggit kanina. Ikalawa, we're liberalizing in the terms. So yung naging 30%, magiging 5%, magiging 0%. Ikatlo, iniiklian natin ang period of liberalization. So imbes na 5 years, may mga areas kung saan immediately upon the effectivity of the treaty, zero tariff. So it's in timelines, in the actual discounted tariff, and it's also in the expanded product and tariff lines.
Salamat, good sponsor. I only hope na yung pag-i-clean ng period of liberalization ay hindi blanket, pero either industry by industry or product by product or tariff line by
Nakahimay po,
tariff line.
libo-libo to.
Naalala ko po, at saka, kasi naalala po ng good sponsor yung, at nabanggit din ng minority leader, yung kaba. And it seems well-founded, yung kaba, lalo na ng mga rural producers natin tungkol sa RCEP noon.
Yes, that's right. Aminin ko, ako ay isa sa mga kinatawan dito ng agricultural area, ng mga bukid. At problema parati natin, takot na takot tayo kasi we're not competitive. The challenge, therefore, is to render our countryside and our agriculture competitive. And thereafter, we'll have no fear of opening our gates to any kind of export. Until then, takot na takot talaga. Pero I think unti-unti, with countries such as Korea, where there is a complementarity instead of a duplication of products, there is no such fear.
I agree, good sponsor. At pero siguro may dinaanan kasi silang proseso and may pagbabalanse sa kumbaga tough love sa sarili nila na okay, mag-level up tayo, mag-capacitate tayo at mayroong ding balanse ng pagsusuporta o pagpoprotekta over time. And I feel pwede kong ibahagi to sa good sponsor dahil tayong dalawa ay ilan sa mga raise noon ng mga seryosong issue kaugnay ng RCEP. And I hope, also talking about moving forward, preparing for future FTAs na cumulatively may mga lessons learned tayo at pag-intindi sa concerns ng mga stakeholders at yung effort na makapag-buy-in sila dun sa proseso and eventually dun sa resulta dahil talagang sa pamamagitan natin sa legislature napapaparinig natin ang mga concerns nila sa executive. So yun lamang po para ngayong araw. Maraming salamat po, good sponsor, at salamat din po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Senator
Thank you very much, Deputy Minority Leader. Thank you. And to our President, thank you.
Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. President, the good minority leader forgot to ask some questions.
Kusali pa?
Mr. President, I was egged to ask the single question.
Okay.
He forgot something to do with the budding local cosmetics industry. Right now, is it part of
May cosmetics
because
na sa
South Korea has been known
Baliktad
for
yata. Ang pagkaalam ko, nag-i-import tayo sa Korea. Napaka-popular dahil sa KTV, sa teleserye, K-pop. Ang Pilipino ang bumibili ng K-products.
So, would cosmetics be part of this?
Are they part of the tariff line?
They are part of the tariff line.
I believe they're part of the tariff lines. I don't know precisely which.
Not covered by any improvement.
But I don't think there's any improvement because they were already covered under ASEAN. If I'm not mistaken, I recall that these were covered by ASEAN. So they're not going to be any cheaper, unfortunately.
That was a phone call question, phone-in question by the minority leader addressed to the good sponsor. Mr. President,
Akala ko may paborito kang produkto.
wala po, Mr. President. Natural lang po tayo,
O
Mr.
talagang
President.
skincare, alam mo na,
Mr.
shampoo,
Mr. President,
BB cream.
there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
K-pop. Ano?
Mr. President, There being no committee or individual amendments, I move to approve with the consent of the body on second reading, proposed Senate Resolution 1188. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution 1188.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report Number 322 on Senate Bill Number 2825. This is the bill on the Field Box Modernization Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill Number 2825 under Committee Report Number 322.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill Number 2825 is now in order. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act providing for the modernization of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, PVOX, and providing funds therefore.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the Honorable Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Chairman of the Committee on Science and Technology, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is recognized.
Sir President, sana mas ready po ako. Sir President, I hope I could be more ready. Sana mas handa po tayo. Yan po ang isang katanungan na parati nating sinasabi pag may isang sakuna, pag may isang calamity, lalo po sa pagputok ng bulkan or sa mga earthquakes, sa mga tinatawag na ngang acts of God kasi hindi natin mapaliwanag at masyadong malakas na puwersa ng nature. The good news, Mr. President, is that we can be more ready. And that is the whole substance of the sponsorship speech for the act providing for the modernization of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, PVOX, and providing funds therefor. Parati natin sinasabi, sana we have more facts, sana yung science, sana may warning. Yan po ay magagawa. Of course, walang perfect. But to move towards having the best data at the earliest possible time is in fact possible already if we pass this bill. So, Mr. President, not to delay it any further, I ask that the explanatory notes of the bills filed by Senator Subiri, Senator Estrada, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Ejercito, Senator Villanueva, and Senator Escudero be included as the sponsorship speech. May I just thank especially, of course, Dr. Teresito C. Bacolcol, PhilBox Director, who in a number of hearings, different fora, and even here has always been present and explaining what they need. In fact, Mr. President, after he explained what they need, ang reaksyon ng karamihan na nakarinig is bakit ganyang pakahaba yung time na ibibigay natin at ganyang kaliit na pondo, hindi ba pwedeng mas madaliin, no? So, Mr. President, allow me to also just recognize Dr. Maria Maylin Villegas, Mr. Ismael C. Narag, OIC Seismological Observation and Earthquake Prediction Division, Dr. Arthur Daag, Ms. Angela G. Montes. Of course, binabantayan po ni Director Lita Suerte Felipe, Department Legislative Liaison Office, Dr. Ronally Orteza, Executive Director of the Philippine Science High School System, USEC Maridon Sahagun, USEC for Scientific and Technical Services, and USEC Ted Teodoro M. Gatchalian, USEC for Special Concerns. Sir President, I'm excited about this bill because it will really help a lot of people, but it will also open the doors for modernization of not only DOST, the ICT, you know, of many agencies of government na kailangan natin, pero naalala lang natin pag kailangan na natin sila. At wala tayong nasasabi na sa atin sarili kung hindi, sana mas handa ako. With this bill, Mr. President, mas magiging handa po tayong lahat. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority and Minority Leader.
Thank you, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri would like to deliver his co-sponsorship speech on Senate Bill number 2825.
Senator Subiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions have long been part of the parcel of our lives. Tremendous earthquakes and eruptions have shaped our history and continue to shape the way we live. And as a country sitting along the Pacific Ring of Fire, we live in constant anticipation of the big one. Throughout all of this, we have depended upon the vital services of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PHIVOLCS, for our disaster preparedness and policy making. And I just found out yesterday, while defending their budget in committee level, that PHIVOLCS was actually born out of a volcanic eruption in Mount Hibok-Hibok, Camiguin. And then there was I forget who the president was in the 1950s, and they came up with the commission, I think the Philippine Volcanic Commission or some sort, if I'm not mistaken. And yet, for all that we depend upon the PHIVOLCS, it has over the years been left to its own devices, functioning on a woefully limited administrative capacity and using physical and technological resources and facilities that are no longer up to date. This is unacceptable for a country that is likely to be hit by a seismological disaster of mythic proportions. Look at Japan. They are even more vulnerable to earthquakes and tsunamis than we are, but they have a remarkable whole-of-government approach to disaster preparedness and covers everything from resilient infrastructure to citizen engagement and training. We have to aspire to do the same for our country, our beloved Philippines, especially as we prepare for the big one. And we can't do this if we don't give PHIVOLCS the room to fully live up to its mandate. As such, we endeavor to principally author the PHIVOLCS Modernization Act that we are co-sponsoring today. Mr. President, this bill recognizes the importance of PHIVOLCS as our lead agency on volcano and earthquake monitoring and warning systems. First, by raising the role and responsibility of its officers and fixing its organizational structure to give it an executive director who will then lead the formulation of PHIVOLCS modernization program. Under this program, we will empower PHIVOLCS to acquire or upgrade its instruments, equipment, facilities, and systems to make sure that they're using state-of-the-art technologies that will best allow them to monitor and disseminate timely public warnings on volcanic and seismic activities across the country. This modernized PHIVOLCS will also be tasked to work closely with other government agencies and the private sector for a truly whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach to disaster preparedness. They will team up with the DepEd and CHED to incorporate hazard education into our school curriculum. They will as well team up with LGUs to ensure that all infrastructure plans take our geohazard maps into account. They will team up with telcos to ensure the real-time transmission of information between PHIVOLCS and its equipment. And Mr. President, napakalaga na mapalakas natin ang PHIVOLCS. Sila po ang inaasahan natin sa panahon ng sakuna at buhay ng mga kababayan natin na nakataya kung hindi natin matutulungan ng PHIVOLCS na tuparin ang mandato nito. So, Mr. President, we fervently hope that we get the support of our colleagues in passing this timely measure. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Senator Mig Subiri, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Bongo wishes to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech.
Noted.
Senator Revilla, Senator Villanueva would also like to insert into the records their co-sponsorship speeches on Senate Bill number 2825.
The sponsorship bills of speeches of the aforementioned senators are hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, I seek recognition to likewise deliver a co-sponsorship speech.
Please
Mr.
proceed.
President. Mr. President, I have a short video background presentation which is very silent on this. I'm really very supportive of this measure authored by Senator Cayetano, because we really need I think this is my short video background presentation. The first time I was interviewed by the British Broadcasting Corporation when Taal volcano erupted, Mr. President, showing that this became a global news when Taal volcano erupted. It was January 12. I forgot the year. 2020, before COVID, Mr. President. And it really brought disaster and phases of human misery and the show of compassion on the part of our kababayans, Mr. President. And my experience, Mr. President, is not just limited to Taal volcano. Even the Mayon volcano eruption is an event that I could not forget, because I was there, Mr. President, when it erupted. I was in Kamalig, Albay. I was in Ginubatan, Albay. I was in Legazpi City, Mr. President. Since its establishment in 1952, as correctly pointed out by Senator Zubiri, PBOLCS has played a crucial role in disaster risk mitigation. Yet, with the evolving challenges we face, exacerbated by climate change and increasing urbanization, we cannot afford to remain stagnant, Mr. President. We must enhance the capabilities of PBOLCS to equip them with the tools necessary for the effective monitoring and accurate prediction of geological and seismic hazards. I can still remember, Mr. President, when the late Director Punong Bayan used to visit me when I was still Mayor of Tagaytay. This is my second interview on the same day with Rosemary Church of CNN in Atlanta, Georgia, Mr. President. It's now being shown on the screen. Sinasabi po sa akin ni Director Punong Bayan, kailangan natin talagang palakasin ang PBOLCS. That was years, I think that was years before Mount Pinatubo erupted. Kaya nakapaglagay po ng isang istasyon sa Tagaytay ang PBOLCS. The World Risk Index for 2022 ranked our country as the most disaster-prone in the world. A stark reminder that our vulnerability to natural disasters can reverse any economic progress we achieve. Our citizens deserve better. They deserve a government that is proactive. I can still vividly remember, Mr. President, when I was MMDA chairman, we crafted Oplan Metro Yakal, a response manual that would enable the citizens of Metro Manila to hurdle, to surmount, and to immediately recover. We divided Metro Manila into 4 quadrants, and we conducted the first Metro Manila, I coined it shake drill, and it's now being implemented nationwide by other relevant government agencies. I believe, Mr. President, this measure will propose not just critical upgrades to PBOLCS, but equip them with more modern seismic monitoring systems, the development of advanced warning technologies, among others, Mr. President. We are making a commitment to our communities by this measure to enhance disaster preparedness and response. In the light of recent global events, such as the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, which claim over 50,000 lives and left millions affected, it is clear that we must learn from these tragedies, Mr. President. That's why I wholeheartedly support Senate Bill 2825. I'd like to thank Senator Alan Peter Cayetano for taking the lead, Mr. President. Kailangan po natin pagtibayin ang naturang panukalang batas. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, at sana po maipasa natin kaagad ang naturang panukalang batas. Ito po, Mr. President, ang nangyari nung pagputok nung Taal Volcano. Hindi ko po makalimutan ito, Mr. President. Hanggang ngayon po, sa Talisay, Batangas, ay ginagawa pa ho yung housing resettlement. At hanggang ngayon din po, sa isang barangay sa Ginubatan, Albay, barangay Maurao, ay ginagawa pa rin po yung housing resettlement dahil po sa pagputok ng bulkang Mayon. At hanggang ngayon din po, Mr. President, naka-alerto pa ang ating mga kababayan sa Negros Oriental, malapit po sa Mount Canlaon. Ganito po kahalaga itong panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. I yield the floor and resume my duties as your majority leader. I move that we suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 1188.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a 1 microminute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
it is a bill that points us to the right direction, towards the right energy mix. Hindi siya perfect in the sense na kung pwede lang talaga maging base load ang solar at saka wind. I think hindi natin pinag-uusapan tong bill na to ngayon at we have another bill right in front of us na very, very clear na yung energy policy ay sa renewables na, no? And protecting our environment. Having said that, because it's not a perfect world and technologies are still being discovered, I do believe that this is this bill points us in the right direction towards the transition. No? 3 points lang to, Senator Win. Second point is, our God is a God of order. So ang security, personal, community, national security is very important. At nakita natin tuwing magkakagera, hindi lang sa Middle East, sa Europe, katulad ng conflict between Russia and Ukraine. But nakita din natin nung COVID-19 na napaka-vulnerable natin, hindi lang sa supply chain, sa mga produkto, pero pati sa energy. Dahil nga yung oil, coal, and even natural gas, ini-import natin eh. Ang talagang hindi lang natin ini-import is yung wind and solar, but of course geothermal, natural gas, pero nga may problema one way or the other, and yun po ang ating hinihimay, paano i-promote na mag-drill pa ng magkaroon pa tayo ng mas magandang supply sa natural gas. And that was, if there's one thing I regret from leaving DFA, is hindi natapos yung agreement with China na magkaroon tayo ng drilling doon sa mga disputed areas at nakikinabang na sana. Kasi it takes years to put up that well, di ba? So the third reason is really how we respond to change. Kasi third term ko na rin to sa Senado, naka-4 na term sa House. Senator Win ay second term sa Senado, naka-3 din sa House at kailan term kang mayor?
Ako, two terms sa House pero hindi consecutive.
Hindi consecutive, and then mayor,
three terms.
Yeah, and second term na rin sa Senado. So as we would all notice, usually, hindi naman parate, usually, ang legislation is a game of catching up eh. Di ba? Usually nandyan na, yan na yung kultura, yan na yung nangyayari, naghahabol tayo. There are few opportunities wherein nauna talaga tayo or nangyayari pa lang yung trend, we can jump in na. No? So I cannot really predict what's going to happen in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. But unless there is technology that makes wind and solar capable of, yung sa ating baseload, capable of powering the whole country 24/7, and unless yung national grid natin maayos yung capability, I would assume that putting up a power plant will take the usual 3 to 5 years, and putting up a new well for natural gas will take anywhere between 3 to 7 years. So with that point, I'll end my introduction just saying that that's how urgent this bill is. But I would agree with Senator Gatchalian and all those who want to interpolate. Yeah, let's make it the best bill possible. Para nga, hindi lang tayo sa hindi magkamali, but then yung direksyon na ating pinopoint yung ating bansa ay maging direksyon na mas mabilis tayong magkaroon ng security sa larangan ng energy. So again, Mr. President, allow me to defend this bill because Senator Pia is not available just today, but Senator Gatchalian and her have been really working on it hard. That's why we needed several breaks para nga to go back to both the government and private sector to get some data, and hopefully we'll be able to sort this out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Alan, the co-sponsor of this bill. And as a response, in my opening statement, I mentioned that I do agree that to achieve the target of the DOE of 30% RE by 2030, 50% by 2040, you need a fuel that can balance the intermittency of renewable energy. Tamang-tama ho si Senator Alan na ang araw at ang hangin hindi po 24/7 at kailangan talaga natin ng pangbalanse sa kanya. Pero ang baterya naman mahal pa ngayon, no? So the only option that we will have that is cleaner is natural gas. No? Unfortunately, our natural gas also has limitations. Finite kasi yung resource natin. At actually, yung depletion was, we were expecting na maubos siya by 2024. But with the new developments right now, and I heard during the debates with Senator Coco, na pwede pa ma-extend to, and correct me if I'm wrong, pwede pa ma-extend siya until 2028, no, which is a good development, no? If my information is correct, because at least by that time we will still have indigenous gas in our shores, but at the same time, we also need to be ready that in case that indigenous gas will not be present, and exploration will not happen in the next few years, we have to be ready for the next best alternative, and that's LNG. And that's where all of these terminals, regasification plants will come in. Tama ho si Senator Alan. In fact, ay alam ko na naghahanap siya ng solution para magkaroon tayo ng drilling activity in the West Philippine Sea. And I think he was toying with the idea of a commercial solution at that time.
We were almost there, Mr.
Oo nga, maganda. I think that was
President.
a workable solution. Unfortunately, hindi natuloy yun, but I think it's a workable solution. And at least that magkakaroon tayo ng other option, kung makakahanap, no? Other options of indigenous gas in that area. But having said that, we're left with another option of importing LNG, because we have to be ready that in an event that we don't have any more indigenous gas, the existing gas-fired power plant, which is about 3,500 megawatts, needs to be powered. No? And that's why, personally, I said in my opening speech also that we wrote from scratch, at least in my version, the Midstream Natural Gas Development Act, because we were focusing on the midstream, and that's to address the incoming LNG development in our country. And midstream because it deals with regasification, storage, FSRUs, and all of those things. No? And we focus on that because the need moving forward, which we think is the terminals, the regasification plants, and how to regulate and make sure that the competition within that sector is vibrant. No? That's why we introduced the third-party access as well as the own use concept. And I support developing this industry because I think that will be the future. And I think natural gas / LNG will be the future, no? Because it's a transition fuel. And that's why I joined Senator Cayetano in his direction of refining the bill, making sure that the bill has no conflict, and the operationalization of the bill is very clear. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the consumers get the best price. No? I think all of us naman, tayo naman consumer rin tayo, at we all agree that the consumer should get the best price possible. No? So with that, will my friend, our family friend, ang kaisa-isang tao na nagpapatawa sa akin at kaisa-isang tao yata na tumatawa sa jokes niya, kahit na iba hindi tumatawa, accept a few clarificatory questions.
Yes, Mr. President. Talaga pong napapatawa ko siya, pero nakakalungkot naman kung siya lang tumatawa sa joke ko. So I hope the presiding officer will start also laughing at my jokes.
Thank you with that. We have some leftover items, good sponsor, His Honor, on Section 21. But I'll jump ahead of that because during the last interpellation, I raised some concerns, some serious concerns on Section 21. And we were actually talking about the section we're in, and let me just read it. The DOE shall establish mechanisms for the optimal and full utilization of indigenous gas in the generation, transmission, distribution, and supply of power, subject to standards and limitations consistent with the state policy of ensuring energy security and consumer welfare. And I believe that Senator Pia proposed that our technical teams will sit down and talk about this provision. And I actually wanted to learn how this will be operationalized. No? This provision is quite complex, and I want to understand how this will be operationalized once this proposal becomes a law. And I remember that she proposed that our technical teams will sit together, and she will also submit some document to specify how this provision will be operationalized. So I'll leave it at that for now, and jump to another topic as well. No? And this is in the this is the topic of regulatory the regulation concept, or the regulatory aspect of the bill. And this is found in Section 6, Powers and Responsibilities of the Energy Regulatory Commission. And let me just read the exact provision, because it's there's multiple items there. The powers of the ERC shall be in accordance with Chapter 4 of IPIRA and Section 11 of RA number 11646, otherwise known as the Microgrid Systems Act, and such other powers as may be delegated to it by the DOE pursuant to this act. The ERC shall provide the methodology for determination and full recovery of reasonable cost and other regulatory support for the generation of electricity sourced from indigenous natural gas. The ERC shall likewise take into account the government share and other revenues in the production of the indigenous natural gas sold to power plants. So this is the exact provision. So the Microgrid Systems Act was mentioned here, and we actually this representation and our team wrote the Microgrid Systems Act from scratch. It took us a few years to complete that law, because we had to consult with a lot of stakeholders, especially those areas which do not have electricity or not 24/7 electricity, and what's the best way possible to bring private investments to those areas which do not have electricity yet. No? So we wrote the Microgrid Systems Act because we wanted to invite microgrid operators in investments, and we feel that that's more efficient than grid expansion. So we're quite familiar with the mechanisms in this law. So I just want to ask the good sponsor, the good co-sponsor, what exactly in the Microgrid Systems Act that this bill aims to utilize insofar as regulation is concerned? Because we were looking at the bill itself, no, the Microgrid System Act, and largely, actually everything, talks about the regulation of microgrid, because it's a very specialized technology, and in a larger sense, it's also geared and designed towards remote areas and areas that are not electrified. So the regulation that we crafted here is very specific to the regulation of microgrid developers. So what exactly, because we're talking about natural gas here, and then on the other side we're talking about microgrid. Yeah. So we want to understand what exactly in this Microgrid Systems Act that ERC aims to tap into. Yeah.
Well, Mr. President, if the I was going to say good sponsor, because basically yung energy laws natin, siya talaga sumulat. At dun sa mga ngayon lang nanonood nakikinig, si Senator Win kasi was the chairperson of both the Committee on Education and the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee on Energy. No? my understanding when I read the committee report, Mr. President, is that kung makikita mo yung heart ng bill, nakasentro kung paano ayusin lahat para talagang may incentive to explore, get more natural gas, market it. Kaya nakasentro to dun sa aggregation that you've been discussing with Senator Pia. Also yung prioritization nito, etc. So all the other parts of the bill nakikita ko, talagang sinerch ng mga iba't ibang author at committee report how to have a regulatory framework na hindi talaga tayo malulusutan. No, meaning from anti-competition para hindi magkaroon ng klase ng monopoly na hindi natin gusto, from price manipulation, protecting the So my understanding, I'm talking to both Senator Pia's staff and also to we'll get an answer from the DOE which I'll send to you. But my understanding is that precisely nagustuhan yung pagkasulat ninyo doon sa sections na yun ng regulatory powers ng ERC. But we would be open to rewording that to exactly anong gusto namin doon sa section na yun.
Yeah.
So kung tingin mo hindi at par, so ang nakikita ko doon, they were not referring to the section in the sense na referring to microgrid, but the kinds of power, regulatory power na binigay nyo in that bill or binigay ng Congress but sinulat nyo for that. No? So I think we would be open sa period of amendments if we want to take out the reference to that but then rewrite it precisely that kind of regulatory framework and power sa ERC.
Okay.
And I think we want to keep that the DOE's policy, yung ERC will be the quasi-judicial or regulatory body. Di ba? Although that, I mean, in our Meralco hearing, we both were there, di ba? And may problema din yun, and we should refine that, di ba? Where does policy stop, and how do we make sure na kahit policy yung DOE, na-implement naman ng ERC? So there'll always be that kind of problem, and we can deal with that in the other provisions. But I think yung specific tanong mo dito sa Chapter 4, EPIRA, Section 11, RA 11646, other known as the microgrid system. Ang understanding ko, kasi di ba ang legal interpretation naman is when the law is clear and it's plain, you just interpret it. So if I wasn't a lawyer and we weren't standing here today at binabasa ko, the powers of the ERC shall be in accordance with the regulatory function under Chapter 4, EPIRA. So basically, I think it's the function, yung existing powers niya to regulate. So, but we'd be open to rewriting that with you kung gusto nyong, instead of a reference, diretsuhan na ano yung regulatory power na gusto natin bigay sa ERC.
Yeah. Thank you for the explanation, Senator Alan. Yeah, because majority of the powers here actually are designed for example, provide for a simplified, streamlined permitting process for MGSP and DUs operated microgrid systems in accordance with the time specified in Section 19. So marami siya, reference niya is microgrid systems provider, microgrid systems operator. So marami.
I hear you. If yung function lang ang gusto natin, pero reference to that law might create confusion or or simple people reading it will just have the simple conclusion ng anong kilalaman nito sa microgrid, di ba? Baka mas maka-confuse kaso sa makalinaw. So I think what we want here was really the regulatory function. So with your help, let's rewrite this section. But clear naman yung intent that ERC will have that kind of regulatory function. So tignan lang natin na walang conflict dun sa, kasi looking at this bill, di ba? Parang minsan malinaw naman kung ano yung sa Marina, kung ano yung sa policy sa DOE, ano sa customs, but this bill basically spelled it out. I guess we wanted to cover all the bases.
Yeah.
Para nga wala nang question later on ng hindi sa inyo yan, dito yan.
Thank you for that. We'll be more than happy to collaborate with the sponsor on refining that exact provision so that it will be clear that we're not referring to the microgrid technology per se, but referring to maybe the powers or objectives of the regulatory function. Yeah.
Exactly how you said it, Senator. Yun ang sinasabi sa akin sa likod ni Attorney Matt, that preserving the function and the regulatory power ng ERC.
Yep.
No, so let's reword that and just make it clear na ERC, eto yung trabaho mo, eto babantayan mo.
Thank you for that. The next will be, in the last sentence of that paragraph, delegated and such other powers as may be delegated to it by DOE pursuant to this act. The way DOE and ERC are structured, they're, from my experience, they're co-equals. No? DOE promulgates the policy, it comes up with the vision, the direction for the energy sector. It comes up with the policy for the energy sector. For example, it comes up with policies on competitive selection process. It comes up with policies on, let's say, what penetration RE should be engaged in. And ERC comes up with the rules. No? And the rules are now promulgated to the different electric power industry players to follow. Pag hindi sila sumunod, then they have quasi-judicial powers to adjudicate and also punish them. But I don't recall that DOE delegates powers to them. Instead, it's ERC that operationalizes those policies through rulemaking, Mr. President. So, may I get some clarification that are we changing that concept now? Because in that concept, DOE will now have some form of authority over the ERC, which is not the electric power industry is designed to.
Again, thank you for the hawk eye and seeing the word. I think the confusion is the word delegated. Because I was asking for an example. Yung example nila, for example, kung sinabing ganito indigenous or ganito ka percentage indigenous, ERC ang titingin na nag-comply.
Yeah.
So it's actually not delegated power, but it was more of duties.
Yeah.
So maybe we can look at that and I'll look at the other examples and reword it sa period of amendment.
Yeah.
But the intention here is to make it more clear ano yung DOE policies and how to make sure na hindi i-dribble ng either ng DOE or ng ERC.
Yeah,
Diba?
yeah.
Oo.
Yeah,
But
kasi
I hear you, it's not a technically it's not a delegation of power.
Yeah, hindi siya nagde-delegate. It's really more, they have to work together. An example will be, for example, DOE would want to make sure that there's vibrant competition in the electric power space, and they will issue a policy. Let's CSP, no, is a classic example. Tapos ERC will now come up with rules to operationalize that, and then the industry players will now have to follow those rules, no. But in the process, pag may hindi sumusunod, then they can use their quasi-judicial powers
Yes.
to penalize.
Mr. President, di ba yun ang problema natin when you have one agency that is both policy and quasi-judicial, may conflict. Ang problema naman, pag hiniwalay mo, katulad nito, so minsan, pag pumunta ka sa DOE, bakit ganito? Sir, sinabi na namin sa Meralco, sinabi namin sa ERC, but sa kanila yan, hindi sa amin. So there's always disadvantage, no? So meaning, if we say, hindi, power yan ng DOE, pero arm niya ERC. But precisely why we made ERC, I mean, the evolution, when I say we, Congress, hindi tayo, evolution, because we wanted them to be independent. So I think the intent here, we can rewrite it to express its full intent, but the intent here is really na yung nasa law na tasking, klaro na yon. Pero kung meron talaga na para sa ERC at sila may capability because sila regulators rather than DOE, ma-communicate ng tama ng DOE sa ERC. So I guess it's to prevent magturuan or magpassing the ball. But again, when you say delegate the power, baka nga ma-open pa tayo sa, kasi di ba, if Congress delegated something to DOE, we cannot tell them to just delegate it again to another agency. Kung ganun din lang, let's delegate it straight to
To ERC.
to ERC,
Yeah.
di ba? Kung ganon. So, but I think the intent really is just to cover all the bases sa regulation para nga hindi magkaroon. I mean, the reality is this is big money and the private sector is involved, di ba? And, you know, may industry practices and then, di ba parang ano yan, parang lawyer pag tinanong mo, yes, tax evasion masama, pero tax evasion masama. Pero tax avoidance, legal yan. Trabaho namin, abogado. Siyempre, the more moral ones will say, hindi dapat. So I guess we wanted to somehow, in the law, close any windows or doors that that anyone will take advantage of, di ba, of the regulatory framework. No?
Thank you for that. And again, we're more than happy to collaborate so that the present setup will be maintained. And but then
We're
again,
taking notes, Mr. President. Then probably what we'll do is, if we have wording, we'll send it to your office. But if you have a wording,
yeah,
send it
definitely,
then.
yeah, definitely. The other question that I have, it will be on the second paragraph. And this is this is the paragraph on providing methodology for the determination and full recovery of reasonable cost and other regulatory support for the generation of electricity sourced from indigenous natural gas. I ask a good sponsor, in this particular paragraph, is the ERC regulating the GenCo? Are they going to start regulating the generation companies?
Okay. Let me answer the second sentence muna, no, habang ang kinukonsulta ko. The ERC shall likewise take into account the government share and revenues in the production of indigenous natural gas and sold to power plants. So, ang nire-regulate dito, if I put the two together, di ba, is the reasonable cost and regulatory support for production, di ba? But yun nga, may reference to sold to plants. So, are they going to regulate? Through PSA, power supply. Okay. So, the answer is yes, but through the PSAs.
Okay. Because right now, what the ERC regulates are the rates, di ba? Bago sila mag-charge sa consumers, the DUs will go to the ERC, then apply for the rates, and then, of course, the DUs will justify why they are applying for those rates. They will look at the generation costs, the transmission costs, all of those costs. And then if ERC finds it reasonable or finds it will also cover a reasonable return on their investment, then they approve it.
Yes. It's the same process, except the emphasis methodology, because, for example, no, minsan yung cost, di ba? Let's say between natural gas at saka indigenous, di ba? Hindi kasama doon yung transportation, pag-regasify, etc. So, I mean, if you take this section together with the whole bill, it goes to your point, which is we also have to look at price. Diba? And of course, I mean, it's been discussed by you and Senator Pia na dalawa yung price. Yung price sa ating bansa of having our own, yung share natin, yung price sa environment, but yung actual price din na binabayaran ng consumer. Diba? That's why the bill also covers yung exemption sa VAT, etc. No? So to answer directly your question, yun yung purpose niya, to still look at these agreements and to make sure yung rates are tama, pero tinitignan niya kasi yung pricing and reasonable cost. Kasi nga, hindi naman kaya nung natural gas i-supply lahat. I think sa present mix ngayon, it's 4.3% and only ng gas ng buong mix natin, di ba? Tapos sa 4.3%, only 4.2%, only 30% niyan natural gas, di ba? So iba talaga magiging I mean, you have to not only give the power but instruct ERC na apples to apples yung yung cost, di ba? That's why also, habang dinidiscuss natin yung aggregation, magiging importante. Kasi kung maraming mag-aggregate, iba-iba presyo nun. Di ba? Pero lalo kung gobyerno, isa lang mag-aggregate, no? But in the sense that if the gentleman agrees on the present process, we're willing naman to fix the wording to reflect. But the intent is, as you said, Mr. President, the gentleman from Valenzuela, is just to make sure na walang mga PSA, tapos mali-mali yung presyo or walang collusion, walang market manipulation or patataasin. Even the recent di ba, Supreme Court decision may impact ngayon sa mga agreements ng ganyan eh. So I guess that's where both the lawyers and legislators are trying to word it na may laban naman yung gobyerno.
Because right now, the present regime is ERC regulates the use, no? Yung mga presyong i-charge nila sa consumers, yun ang kanilang rin-regulate. And the DUs will submit all of the breakdown ng kanilang cost on a per kilowatt basis. And yun ang rin-regulate ngayon ng ERC. The generation companies, they're unregulated. No? They're supposed to compete with one another, pababaan sila ng presyo, at kung sinong pinakamababang presyo, that's the one that the DUs will pick and sell to our consumers. So, again, just to clarify, are we changing that concept, and then ERC is now going to regulate the GenCos?
Yeah. To answer you directly, we're not changing that concept.
Okay.
Let me agree with you that market force are usually best, di ba? But yun nga, if yung pinakamura, then it will always be oil or coal, especially if we discover also oil in the Philippines or may oil or may coal na pwede, di ba? But we also take into consideration what we incentivize, di ba? Whether it's solar. But yung incentives na yon, tama ka, it doesn't go into regulating yung GenCo itself. So again, we'll be open to the wordsmithing or yung articulating the intent para hindi lumabas na iniiba natin ang regime. But I think konting emphasis nga na in the purpose of the bill. Okay. Diba? So to make sure nga na tama pa rin yung pricing even if diba, napaboran na yung natural gas for all the reasons we mentioned from Senator Pia's opening speech, your speech, diba?
Yeah. Thank you for that answer. And then the present regime also, the way the DUs choose their generator is through a least cost concept in the IPIRA, and that has been the practice ever since IPIRA. In this section, I also took note that we're changing the least cost concept to include reasonable cost and other regulatory support. So the least cost concept is to assure the public that they're getting the best possible price. The reasonable cost is obviously a different concept. No? So may I ask a good sponsor, are we deviating from the least cost concept?
No. Mr. President, it says here the full recovery of reasonable cost. So it's talking about the recovery, hindi yung pag nag-bid siya na least cost.
Okay.
So I mean, just to mention, kasi nga, pag tinignan yung kontrata, may recovery ka ba ng reasonable cost? Kasi it's possible that they will put unreasonable cost, magmamahal para sa consumer. And separate talaga yung argument dun sa least cost, di ba? That's, I think, something you've been discussing with Senator Pia na, and siguro a midway of looking at it is least cost within the mix. Di ba?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean,
But
for
we'll
me, reading it as a lawyer, correct me if I'm wrong, this reasonable cost does not, and other regulatory support for generation sourced from the indigenous doesn't refer to yung, for example, nagbid ang Meralco, kung ano pa rin yung yung least cost. But as I said, apples to apples sa mix.
Correct.
Kasi kung sasabihin ng Meralco, least cost lang, period, panay coal ang mananalo dyan. Hindi rin maganda sa environment at sa bansa, di ba? But when you read this, the determination of full recovery of reasonable cost, it refers to yung nagge-generate ng electricity from indigenous gas. Kasi nga, wala namang papasok kung hindi siya makaka-recover. Pero kung unreasonable naman ilalagay niyang cost, kawawa naman yung consumer.
But yung concept of least cost from when they purchase electricity, that concept will still be maintained.
I'm not talking now of this section of the whole bill. Diba? The concept nga of the whole bill is may prioritization sa natural gas, knowing that in the next few years we only have Malampaya, but we want investors, whether on their own or with government, to drill, and we want the mix. Diba? So like for example, solar, di natin mapilit, so we put more incentives sa solar, diba? But we know it's better for the environment, pero hindi naman siya pwedeng baseload, diba? So ang problema kasi, most of our coal factories are old na rin eh. And some of those who invested in that will not go into natural gas kasi wala namang market eh. And talo sila ng coal. So even the existing owners or stockholders of those, and even the banks, diba? That, for example, if you look at all these banks that loan, medyo they frown upon coal na. Meron pa rin, but minsan tinataasan nila interest rates or whatever, diba? Or walang mga credits, etc. So we want to help the environment. So even those who now own coal plants, if they're going to invest, mag-invest na sila sa gas-powered plants, di ba? And of course, kung wala pa silang choice, kasi sa present mix, 30% nga lang masupply ng Malampaya, the intention is 5, 10, 15 years from now, we have many more wells. So pwede din i-supply nitong mga wells na to, di ba?
And right now naman with the present coal moratorium, the coal-fired, the owners of the coal-fired power plants are forced to invest in the next best thing, which is gas-fired. No?
Well, yes and no, Mr. President, because sinabi na ni Secretary, hindi naman daw ibig sabihin nun yung mga nakasalang na. And secondly, di ba, moratoriums don't work on economic forces eh. Di ba? So ibig sabihin yung kung ikaw man mag-i-invest, tapos wala ka naman talagang kukunan ng gas eh. Tapos mahal din yung gas, tapos hindi ka rin mamananalo sa Meralco kasi mas least cost yung coal. Either maghihintay ka o hindi ka mag-i-invest o pipilitin mo yung coal eh, di ba? So that's why nga yung although there's a lot of work siguro that we have to do here in the period of amendments, that's the kind of environment that we want to it's not it's just like the fossil fuel companies in the world, di ba? Sila na nagkusa. Nakita nilang may renewable, may sila, di ba? Even Saudi Arabia is which has, if not, is it the number one ata siya, di ba, sa oil reserves,
Yes.
di ba?
Oh, yeah.
Pero they're going into renewables kasi alam nilang hindi forever yung fossil fuels. Eh. So, I'm mindful of the existing kasi we don't want, di ba, na magka-power shortage, magka-problema, we don't want to, what do you put this, interfere in market forces and then dumami brownout. But in the same time, if you look at the last 10, 15 years, including yung pandemic, hindi talaga nasosolve yung problema eh, di ba? Tsaka mabagal pa rin talaga ang pagpatayo ng plants. And then the older the coal plants get, the less reliable talaga it becomes. It's just a normal wear and tear, di ba, compared to newer. Of course, if Congressman Coangco was here, and to be fair, he does a lot of research, he'll tell us na, sandali lang, isama nyo yung nuclear, yung sa debate, and to be fair, may mga punto siya, but I guess this is kasi wala naman tayong nuclear material available sa Pilipinas. Ito, ang assumption natin dito, Mr. President, is really there are a lot of, there are, itong problema no, sa mining and and I know you'll know about the mining kasi diba, their taxes are also coming up in your committee, diba, yung regime ng taxation. Both kasi in drilling for oil and gas and taxation, di ba? You spend so much na napakatagal and hindi naman lahat ng test wells mo, tama ba yung tawag doon? Hindi lahat ng ininvestan mo, sure ka na meron eh, di ba? So if papasok din ako sa energy, either sa renewables na ako or doon ako sa sigurado na either hydro para sure. Pero even sa hydro, may isang problema ngayon na inapprove, ginaranti na ng DOE, pero yung NIA naman, sasabihin sa nila, gagamitin namin water. Nakautang na siya sa bangko. Siyempre, sino naman magsasabing unahin mo yung power sa magsasaka? But on the other hand, why did they give him the contract kung gano'n, di ba? So, for every source of fuel, talagang may advantage at disadvantage. But again, we go back to the intention of the bill. Kasi we just don't want to compromise on two things, di ba? Yung direction natin as a country going to renewables and eto muna, which the good interpolator agrees with, no? And then secondly lang na we have enough incentive na talagang magkaroon ng more wells and then people really put up more gas plants, di ba? So even in some backroom discussions, pag pinag-uusapan to and the mix, etc., that what comes up. Why would we invest in gas, di ba? So I hope this bill answers it without disturbing the whole system. Then may backlash naman, di ba?
Yeah, I think the good sponsor, Mr. President, said the most important aspect, which is not to disturb the present regulatory environment, especially the least cost environment, because one thing I learned about the energy sector, the unintended consequence is not so obvious in the first glance, but down the road, maraming lumalabas na unintended consequence, and it affects the consumer. It's very hard to turn around because it's embedded in law, and kawawa naman yung consumers, no, at the end of the day. So we just want to make sure that the consumer still gets the best price. At the same time, we promote the use of natural gas, whether it's indigenous or LNG or imported natural gas. But the most important is at the end of the chain, kasi nasa dulo is the consumers. Best price yung makukuha nila.
No, I agree with you, Mr. President. And hindi magbabago yan because nandun pa rin sa CSP, may competitive selection process pa rin. Diba? So kahit natitignan nila yan. And then, yun nga, sana maklaro natin whether in this bill, kasi for example, if we weren't taking up this bill and I was teasing Senator Cheese na kasing edad ko, mas bata kayo sa amin. Mas matanda ng konti sa akin ang Senate President Pro Tem. But inabot kasi namin sa Congress yung last Meralco franchise.
Hindi ko na nabot.
And naalala ko pa yung amendment ko because at that time, believe it or not, pinuputulan ng kuryente yung mga schools na hindi makapagbayad on time. Alam naman natin nung those administrations na talagang mahirap pa yung Pilipinas, sigurado naman magbabayad yung gobyerno di ba? It's just may proseso lang. So even if ang budget nung DepEd or nung school is 100,000, 120, puputulan nila. So isa kong amendment yun na kapag ka-gobyerno, hindi pwede. So I've been thinking about questions and amendment if we were discussing now the Meralco franchise. The same thing na, okay, you keep saying least priced. Pero katulad ko, hikain ako. Diba? I've always prayed that I be charismatic, but I'm also asthmatic. Diba? So, ang problema doon, etong coal, hindi natin pinapansin 40, 30 years ago. But now with climate change, my asthma doctor then said, don't worry, go to Baguio, go to Batangas, go to Cavite. Pero right now, where in Greater Manila can we go? Of course, there are still beautiful places in Bulacan, in Nueva Ecija, Clark, di ba? Pero yun nga, yung pollution. And to be fair, it's not only the power plants, di ba? It's also our cars and everything else. But I'm just saying, hindi pwedeng hindi kasama sa cost yun. So, I would agree with you that we have to articulate the provisions well para nga walang demandahan at walang argument sa ERC. So, halimbawa, Meralco. So, that's why what I was saying nga is there a way to implement the policy of going towards the mix, di ba? Kasi right now, if I'm not mistaken, there's only 4 na connected pa na power na gas-fired, di ba?
Yeah.
Tapos there's only Malampaya.
Yes.
So, that's why nga pinag-uusapan din natin na hindi naman pwedeng makalamang sila or sila lang, etc. But imagine if we already had 20 owned by 4, 5, 6, or 20 groups. And isipin mo if we had 5 Malampayas, di ba? Then you could imagine the vibrant economic activity and talagang magsi-CSP sila sa Meralco. Di ba? But right now, kung sabi ng Meralco, etong megawatt tapos walang ano yung mix, parating mananalo yung coal, which is the same as parating mananalo ang Vietnam and Thailand rice versus local rice, but we're not taking out buying local rice, di ba? I mean, it's a little bit different kasi individual farmers, but I think we both agree naman conceptually. It's really more of how do we articulate it, na as you said, di ba, na it will not disturb in the sense that magkakaproblema tayo sa kuryente at mapapamahal tayo. But it will disturb it enough to put it in the right direction. Di ba? Napapunta na tayo dun sa mix. That's why if you look at the provisions, hindi specify dito yung mix. Kung hindi, naglagay ng dates na kung saan yung DOE dapat naglalagay ng mga plano nila in terms of energy security, di ba? Kasi I mean, in my younger days, I'd probably want it here. Na gusto ko, ganito yung mix nung... But we don't know technology, di ba? So meaning, after we pass this, if next year, lahat ng baterya, mura na at capable, di ba? Baka solar na lahat, baka we won't... Because the reality is, that's why we call it a transition fuel, right? Di ba? Because it's not totally clean. Di ba? I mean, all around the world, it's considered cleaner than oil and coal. May nag-argue ngayon ng clean coal, but there's some technological things that they need to do in their power plant, di ba, to harness yung madumi sa clean coal. But that's why kung makikita mo dito sa bill na to, I'm sorry, I don't really know whose version na yung nalagay dito because so many senators passed it, di ba? But ang nandito lang talaga is more time frame para continuous reminder sa DOE at ERC na ito obligasyon nyo at dapat ilabas nyo yan. Then maybe the debate can come there. I mean, for me, realistically, after passing this bill and assuming we gave the substance of the bill is all there, and 2, 3, 4 years, walang drill for oil, then may problema. Di ba? I mean, di ba, parang sinabi ngayon na parang we want Marawi to raise up, let's give all of these incentives. At question mo ako na, di ba sobra naman itong incentives? Sasagutin kita. But Senator, walang pumupunta sa Marawi eh. Doble na nga incentive ng Metro Manila, wala pa rin pumupunta doon, nandito pa rin. So halimbawa, quadruple natin. Well, the best evidence will be on looking the next few months or next few years. May nag-invest ba sa Marawi? Kung wala pa rin, baka maling klase ng incentives yung binibigay natin. So basically, the basis of looking at the incentives here is that in the last generation, ang nag-drill lang talaga yung sa Malampaya.
Yeah. Actually, from a direction standpoint, marami na talagang ayaw magpahiram sa coal-fired power plants. No? The financing cost is getting very expensive, and the coal technology is not a growing technology or not a technology that the world is welcoming at this point because of the environmental concerns. That's why aside from very expensive financing costs, a lot of countries are also putting mga levies and carbon tax on this type of technology. So eventually, this type of technologies will have a very difficult time in competing, no? And I think it's by design because of people are getting environmentally conscious. And I do agree that in the meantime, nagta-transition tayo, gas is the most viable option. No? It's not completely clean, but it's a viable option because it's flexible. It can be mid-merit, can be peaking, it can be base load. So it's a very flexible technology.
Unfortunately, it's the most viable but not the most sellable. Pinapatawa lang kita. Because tama ka in the word viable na V, di ba? But in terms of being viable, medyo at our present system ngayon, di ba? I mean, apples to apples, di ba? I don't think there's a investors of power generation that they came in to help the environment. So I don't think they came in to destroy the environment kasi, di ba, kung wala rin naman power, wala rin, patay din ang tao. So may environment ka, patay naman yung tao. So I'm not an extremist in thinking, like that. But I'm just saying is that if you look that since 2019, wala man lang nag-attempt to invest in new wells, di ba? Samantalang, even, is it the American Geological, basta't meron silang, it's in the internet studies ng iba't ibang minerals and even oil, gas, etc. So ang tinignan ko lang noon yung South China Sea kasi yun ang assignment ko noon. Unfortunately, isa pala yun sa most volatile sa mga seas sa buong mundo. So even pag nag-explore ka, it's only a few months. And then of course the political, di ba? But there, yung isang incentive kasi there was not only commercial. It was also political in the sense na kung magkakaroon ng peace doon, kasi kung magkasosyo kayo, baka hindi kayo nag-aaway sa, di ba, kung kapitbahay tayo, sinasabi ko every morning yung mangga, akin yan, kasi yung branch na sa akin. Sinasabi naman ni Senator Gatchalian, akin yan, kasi yung tangkay na sa'yo. Baka kung nagkaroon tayo ng dried mango shop at ako nagpapatakbo, ikaw namumuhunan, pareho tayong kumikita, baka we'll forget a while about ba't tayo nag-aaway, then cooler heads would come up. Kasi remember, EEZ, economic rights, can be negotiated. You cannot negotiate territory. But you can come up with a deal sa economic rights, di ba? So, but my point is, except for that we looked into it, di ba? You would see, tama ka, pahirap ng pahirap yung financing sa coal, pero nangyayari pa rin. Di ba? Because people who go into business, they're not particularly in love with that business. What they want to do is make money. Di ba? So yung mga favorite na pinapanood ko ngayon na sellers sa Facebook, story nila, they've tried selling different things. Pero kung saan sila biglang, di ba, or yung artist, di ba, yung, when I was talking to the wife of one of my favorites, si Rubio, sabi niya, ang daming drawing ng asawa ko, pero nung drawing niya yung long neck, everyone started to like it and recognize it. So he started na yun talaga, di ba? So I mean, the guy loves to paint and loves sculpture. Doesn't particularly, I think he'd be as happy as a short neck, long neck, but the buyers want the long neck. And he can survive and even prosper kung may bibili ng painting niya, kung wala, hindi, di ba? So we can really wish that we're so environmentally conscious that people will go in gas and everyone will ignore coal, etc. But it's not the reality. The reality is people still look at the, di ba, yung bank accounts, yung loan, yung interest and everything. So I'm going to the intention. I know you and Senator Pia are looking at dotting the I's and crossing the T's, no? But I just go back to the bigger picture, no?
Yeah. I get the point of His Honor, and I agree with him that in moving forward, we need to look at all types of technologies. Medyo lilihis lang ako ng konti because you talked about nuclear, and before I had a very strict notion about nuclear, but you cannot predict what will happen in the world. After the invasion of Ukraine, the whole world started to look at nuclear once again. No? The U.S. is revamping their nuclear agenda. Even Taiwan, nag-reverse sila. Even South Korea, the new president wants to ramp up nuclear because it's a form of energy security, meaning you have one more technology that is less susceptible to global phenomenons. No? And that's one thing I learned about energy security. Energy security is about flexibility, it's about diversification and responsiveness. Dapat mabilis tayo kumilos. So diversification is also one of the very important points that we need to consider because kagaya ng sinabi nyo, may ups and downs in mga technologies. No? Like RE, hindi naman siya 24/7.
And to agree with you, during the last LEDAC, so si SP Escudero answered when the President asked about amendments to the EFIRA. And di ba parati tayong, how do I put it? We want the changes and the reforms, but we're cautious dahil nga, di ba, baka masira yung sistema eh. Baka walang magpautang or i-call in yung loans. Di ba, there are some consumer provisions that can seem very pro-consumer, pero kung wala ka namang kuryente, it also doesn't help the consumer. So, but my point is, there was a little bit of discussion between a comprehensive EFIRA amendment versus parcels muna. And even the comprehensive EFIRA, it wasn't ready. So I think yung sa ERC muna, eto. But, so I actually like the title of the bill of Senator Aimee kasi yung starting niya is not NatGas, but energy policy. But the problem is, this only deals with one part of the energy policy. So I also understand if we don't use that that title. But in the end, di ba, sana before sine die ng 2025 nung Congress na to, we can really put together the changes in the ERC EFIRA here to make clear our energy policy. So I have to admit, I stand that this is a good bill. But I stand that this, but I will agree with you even if you didn't say it that way. That ano lang to part, 'di ba? Parang sinabi mo magandang gulong 'yan, pero hindi yan yung kotse. 'Di ba? We have to think about yung makina, yung ibang part ng kotse, 'di ba?
Because I noticed that the bill also went into electric power, and electric power is a chain. No? So you touch one segment, it will have ripple effects all the way to the end. No? So that's why we have some clarificatory questions because it touches on the entire electric power chain.
That's precisely the importance nung interpellation. Sa energy bills, hindi ka talaga pwede makuryente. So, no, precisely
Diba?
kasi...
Ako lang talaga tumatawa sa joke mo, walang tumawa, tingnan nyo.
For the record, tumawa din si Senator Risa, tumawa din si... Ganyan lang tumawa yan, pero tumawa din. Sa loob, tumatawa yung mga yan. No, but the point is, di ba marami kasi nag-sponsor ng bill eh.
Yeah.
I mean, maraming nag-author.
Yeah.
And of course, and at the heart of it also is protecting the environment. So, it'll be our pleasure to answer questions nga about the mix sa electric. Except on that one, I'll just have to consult kasi hindi ko alam kung kaninong version yung sa electric. But I will agree with you even if you haven't asked. This is a energy policy bill, but it focuses on natural gas.
In fact, our title in our proposal is energy policy, no? Our original proposal, because it looks at the entire energy.
I haven't consulted Senator Pia, but ako, I'll be open. Di ba? With the caveat lang that this isn't the comprehensive, because as you said, di ba, if we make it comprehensive and encompassing, hindi rin tayo matatapos dahil ang daming ibang element.
I'll go to the points, Mr. President. There's also the last sentence here. The ERC shall likewise take into account government share and other revenues in the production of indigenous gas sold to power. And I just want to get the clarification on how will this be part of the regulatory regime of ERC? No?
I will venture an answer without consulting the staff. That's the problem nga. How? That's why pinasa sa ERC. So I think this is more of a statement to them na take note, 60% ng revenues niyan sa gobyerno. So sa tao din. Diba? But how? Meaning kung ang bid nung isa piso, bid mo 105, do we say na that's not 105 because 60% of that is sa gobyerno. We don't say that because we're looking at yung resibo or yung babayaran nung ano, di ba? So, but if you don't put it there naman, I've noticed, for example, in our one hearing sa Meralco, you attended more hearings, so I'm not going to generalize, but at least this one hearing that I attended, di ba? Parang sa kanila, they don't take note na, sandali lang ha, that might be ganito, but you have to take note that it's 60%. So it's either we come out with that how and we put it in the bill, or we somehow trust ERC because hindi mo naman pwede ignore. But I agree with you, you can't put it naman in the formula, di ba?
Yeah.
So parang ang dating sa akin as it is written is parang, Sherwin, kung bibili ka ng kotse, I just want you to know, Saraw is Filipino. Di ba? So, but how does that enter your pricing and selling, di ba? Or I want you to know that, limbawa, if government bought 50% of Saraw and Saraw came out with an e-jeep and e-bus, do we have competitive bidding na apples to apples? Kung 300,000 yung Canadian or Japanese e-jeep and 310 ang Saraw, do we say na kailangan mong further himayin yung 310 because it's 50% owned, di ba? Kasi this doesn't really say how eh. It just says na ERC, take it into consideration. For me, clear yung intention.
Yeah.
It's just to remind all of us that it's the same thing sa VAT, di ba? Na parang, bakit mo iva-VAT? Bina-VAT mo sa Pilipino na yon. Doon naman sa share nung operator, ipapasa rin naman niya yon as cost, di ba? So I think recurring lang talaga sa bill na to is a reminder to us that 60% of the revenues go to government. But I agree with you that we have to further articulate what does it mean. I think the majority leader also is reminding us of something, but or he's just very interested.
Now, ang concern ko lang, not all technologies will have the same feature. For example, technologies like pag meron na tayong nuclear, wala naman siyang government share. And then, let's say, technologies like batteries, which we have right now. No, I think we have about 10 to 30 megawatts of batteries, and it's increasing. So it becomes, if that is the intention, it gives it the playing field is not at par, no? Because some technologies wala siyang ganun, no?
I'll agree with you there, Mr. President, because I think that's the intention. So meaning, apples to apples, same kind of coal. Pagka Philippine coal and kung nasa law natin na 60% na makuha mong coal sa gobyerno, then we have to take note of that. So like for example, sa sun, because it's just free, we don't ask the owners ng renewable or investors na, 50% yan Pilipinas. But if we had a law na anyone who harnesses energy from the Philippine sun, 50% niyan Pilipino, if nag-harness ka ng sun from Taiwan, for example, and if from Taiwan you had electricity going to Batanes, I would venture to say na may preference ka talaga dun sa indigenous, no? But again, I would agree with you how.
Yeah.
Kasi dito naman ang sinabi pa lang is that take note of it. So wala namang sinabi. So put it another way, di ba? You have a family business eh. So if I was your bunsong kapatid, Alan Gatchalian, and I was, for example, selling you apples to apples the same pigs para sa lechon, I would just be reminding you na, Kuya, this is also Gatchalian pigs for Gatchalian lechon. No, you know what? It's Philippine indigenous gas for Filipinos. So that's why my preference ka. I mean, Philippine rice is more expensive than Vietnamese and Thai rice, di ba? But no one's saying let's buy na lang everything, di ba? In fact, we buy the rice cheaper, yung NHA, di ba? We buy it more expensive, then they sometimes even sell it at a loss, eh. Di ba? But again, we'll be open to any other mechanism or articulation of the intent for as long as it gives due notice and it gives the right signals na we want more indigenous over imported gas.
My take lang on this provision, if that is the intent, is the government share is for the Filipino people. We gave you the right to explore, and after exploring, we reimburse you with your operating expense. That's in the service contract and in the law. And then we share 40-60. But that right to explore natural resources should accrue to the Filipino people, and that's via the 60%. So that 60% atin na yun eh, no? And the contractor, which produces the indigenous gas, should price its gas at a level where it's competitive. No?
Yes.
So, in other words, dapat diskarte niya na yun on how to make his gas competitive, no? Because na-reimburse naman siya with expenses.
So we'll take a second look at that.
Thank you for that.
But my understanding kasi sa sobrang liit ng mix, and kung mag-aggregate ka na ngayon, at pare-pareho naman yung price. Kasi, so assuming the version we follow is gobyerno na mag-aggregate at isa lang yung mag-aggregate. So yung pagka-apat kayong planta na gas-fired, hindi na kayo magkakatalo sa fuel cost dahil dapat pare-pareho kayo sa fuel cost. Di ba? So if you bid against each other, it will be others, yung management, yung gaano ka tanda, yung, I mean, all other factors. But apples to apples, dapat pareho. So, but I guess we really have to reword kasi I think this reminder is versus, let's say, coal, na mas mura, pero mas madumi. But again, that's a different issue. Sa mix na yon eh. But my personal view is that sa mix, dapat competitive ka and dapat hindi sa fuel. Kasi nga, isa na nga nag-aggregate. So far, kasi malampaya pa lang ngayon eh. But when you get new areas na nag-explore, the price will be the same kasi may formula. But there might be technologies that made it more efficient for that other well, di ba? O kaya kung hindi siya offshore, baka mas less yung kanyang cost din nung pagkuha. Siyempre, yung formula, magbabago din yun. No? But let's take a look at that. I think
yun lang ang aking concern.
maybe sa statement of policy, pwedeng dun nakalagay. Di ba? Just as a reminder to everyone rather than sa ERC. But we'll take a look at that. Kasi the only example that I can give you that I myself will be firm is, for example, if the cost is the same. Di ba? If Company A that did not use indigenous gas bid it out at 8 pesos, then 8 pesos din yung isa, pwedeng tiebreaker mo, 60% nun gobyerno. Di ba? But kung yun nga, kung 8.50 yung isa, 8, do you always go into that, paano kung yung isang 8, renewable naman, di ba? Although hindi naman ganun yung bidding, but I get your point doon sa ano na yun. So let's figure out how to.
Ang take ko lang is, the majority leaders, medyo masama na tingin sa akin ng majority leader. Last na lang to, my take is different technologies will have different strengths and weaknesses. And because of, if we will factor in the government share, the playing field will be uneven because that other technologies will not have that. For example, if nuclear will come in, assuming it will be a disincentive for them because they don't have any government share. No? So, the point of the present regulation right now is everything is even and laban-laban sila. No? And because of that competitive environment, the consumers get the best price.
No, I agree in general. Doon lang sa laban-laban kasi as we saw dung hearing, di ba? DOE kept on saying, hindi, may mix, dapat sumunod yung Meralco. Sabi naman ng Meralco, hindi, meron kayong ganito na ganito. So, magulo eh. Di ba? So, sa akin lang, as long as, you know, if the government says, eto yung mix, and by the way, my understanding is that may consultation yun sa players. Di ba? We don't just wake up one day and say na ganito na yung ano natin. But let us see if the intention is simply to, articulate or to magnify na Pilipino kayo may-ari nito, will take good use of it. Baka sa statement of policy natin pwede lagay yung 60% is
Thank you for
owned by
that.
ano.
Yeah, thank you for that
I mean,
consideration.
as a parallel, di ba? I mean, if you're building a building and still from the Philippines, still abroad, you don't tell naman your quantity surveyor na pag 110 laban sa piso, yung 110 Pinoy, bilhin mo na yan. I mean, in general, you don't, di ba?
Yeah.
So you just say na ano pinakamura, but then you can specify anong mura pero ito brand, di ba? Or so I get your point in
Yep.
while we are passing it to the ERC, baka they come out with rules na lahat tayo hindi mag-agree, baksak natin ito, oversight committee na naman. So better to make it clear sa law pala.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I just want to express my concern on that because, of course, the objective here is to allow technologies to compete freely and eventually the best price technology will get awarded and the consumers will eventually get that lowest price. And different technologies naman compete on different segments. For example, for renewable energy, normally they compete at the peaking segment. With gas, they compete peaking with merit. So it's not because the technology, it's not because there's one technology and it can compete with in all the different segments.
In
Iba-iba
fact,
rin.
to agree with you, no? In fact, after rereading it, the ERC shall likewise take into account the government share and other revenues in the production of indigenous natural gas sold to power plants. It doesn't refer to the price. Diba? It just says that you will take note, meaning gawang Pilipino yan, kailangan i-push nyo yan. So it's more policy than powers and responsibility. So let's take a second look at it. Baka siguro some of the authors felt that it's a responsibility of the ERC to push for indigenous. But precisely why you have the whole bill. The whole bill nga provides the incentive na we go towards indigenous gas. So baka sa policy, we'll just take note of this.
Thank you for that to the good sponsor. And I think the majority leader is signaling us. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Senator Alan, and thank you for receiving questions and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Senators Gatchalian and Cayetano. Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, having heard from the Guru as well as the sponsor, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2793. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session till... I retract my motion, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Please proceed.
I move that we consider the proposed Senate Resolution 785, taking into consideration Senate Resolution 795. This is the resolution congratulating and commending Team Philippines for being crowned the overall Grand Champion of the World Championship of Performing Arts, held from July 28 to August 6 in Anaheim, California, USA.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 699. This is the resolution commending and congratulating the Philippine contingent for their impressive performance in the 2023 Asian Senior Artistic Gymnastics Championship last June 15 to 18, 2023, held in Singapore.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 765. This is the resolution commending and recognizing professional bodybuilder Joven Montilla Sagabain as champion of the 2023 Tokyo Pro Bodybuilding Men's Physique Championship, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 515, take into consideration proposed Senate Resolution 526. This is the resolution congratulating and recognizing the Jiu-Jitsu national team for their impressive win in the 7th Asian Jiu-Jitsu Championship held last February 24 to 28, 2023 in Thailand.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 529, a resolution congratulating and commending Janri Ubas for winning the bronze medal in the men's heptathlon at the 2023 Asian Indoor Athletics Championship held in Astana, Kazakhstan, February 12, 2023.
Is there an objection? Motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 861. This is the resolution commending and congratulating the Philippine contingent to the 2023 World Combat Games held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for winning 3 golds, 5 silvers, and 5 bronze medals, subject to stand, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 411. This is the resolution congratulating the Philippine team for their performance at the 10th Mombasa Open Tonggil Mudu International Martial Arts Championship. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 493, resolution congratulating and commending the province of Kalinga for bagging the Guinness World Records of the largest gong ensemble and largest banga dance through the performance of its constituents dubbed as the Wong Chi Gangsa Agton Chi Banga, subject to style, Mr. President, during the celebration of their 28th founding anniversary last 15th February 2023. So move, Mr. President.
There an objection? There being none, motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Senator Lauren Legarda wishes to insert into the record her co-sponsorship for the PBOLC's modernization bill.
Noted.
Mr. President,
Admin.
upon discussions with some administrative matters, upon discussions with the chairpersons of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and the Committee on Higher and Technical Vocational Education, I move to transfer the primary referral of the Senate Bill 968. This is the bill that an act to encourage more Filipino lawyers to serve the people and join the public attorney's office, establishing for the purpose the Abogado para sa Bayan Return Service Program, among others, Mr. President. From the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and subsequently be considered as part of the Committee Report 231, which reported out Senate Bill 2596, or the Abogado para sa Bayan Act. So, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Another administrative matter, I move that we transfer from the primary committee referral Senate Bill 2808, the LTO Class B District Office in Sorsogon, from the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Public Services and Finance. So, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13 of our rules, I move for the nomination and election of the following members of the Committee on Youth, Senator Robin Hood Padilla and Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. So, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to elect Senator Lauren Ligarda as member of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. So moved, Mr.
Is there
President.
an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until Monday, 3 p.m., 23
Bukas. Wala ba bukas?
September 2024. I so move, Mr.
Is there
President.
any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock. Bukas. In the afternoon of Monday, September 23, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President.
الروب خشن؟ لا تشيلين هم، بس تحتاجين منعم داوني. ضيفي غطا كامل مع المسحوق عشان تستمتعين بروب ناعم على بشرتك. واو. شفت الفرق؟ داوني لألوان أزهى، نعومة أكثر، وانتعاش يدوم.
كل فخر صنعت في السعودية، لبنة المراعي الفاخرة طعمها يبيض الوجه. المراعي.
Isinilang sa dagat ang kanilang mga munting pangarap. Sa isla ng San Ramon sa Rapu-Rapu, Bicol, sa dagat nakasalalay ang takbo ng buhay.